horror awaits you. All right, I think we're good. Thanks for letting me know. That just happens sometimes. I don't know if it... I think I did do a Windows update. Whenever there's a Windows update, the next time I boot up OBS, it decides to change what audio source to use for the microphone. That's a great feature. Anyway, greetings. Happy Saturday. Welcome. Good morning. I think we're caught up. Thanks for letting me know. Streaming's a blow up. Audio production is a blow up. It always is. Always has been. Always will be. But, you know, it's just part of it. What's up, Killick? What's up, Gaming Caterella? What's up, Atomic Runner? What's up, lurkers in chat, VOD viewers, and everybody else? Thank you, Atomic Runner, for 6 years of months of Skull Club membership and generous support. That's wild. I very much appreciate it. We are back once again for more Prince of Persia, and I'm very excited today, and I think we're gonna, I hope, my ambition is for us to power through and play 3 versions.
Thanks for the pop exploration. Really enjoyed it. Instructive and entertaining as usual.
Thank you. Finot79 for 100 megabits and kind support, appreciation, and enthusiasm. Community membership, engagement, and all that stuff. I appreciate it. Makes it a lot more fun for me. Just doing this into the void would be a lot less interesting. Today we're going to be looking at 3, barring any disasters, fan-made homebrew ports, I guess we can call them, of Prince of Persia, and I'm very excited because I've been looking forward to looking at these games for a long time, and they were always going to be among the most interesting ones. We're going through, as of today, hopefully, 24 different versions of Prince of Persia, and these 3 are certainly among the top of the ones I've been curious about for a number of reasons. And as you may recall, if you watched the previous streams, as I was kind of trying to figure out the scheduling and lining up when and where to do each of these games, I mentioned that I was a little bit unsure about the last 2 ones in particular. The ones we have to look at today are the ones we have left, hopefully today. The Commodore 64 version from 2011, the BBC Micro version from 2018, and the Atari 8-bit computer version from 2021. Now, the thing I had a little bit of an uncertainty around is the fact that the Atari version is ported from the BBC Micro version. Now, I'm not really familiar with any of these computers. The Commodore 64 I'm well familiar with. I played it a fair amount in my childhood. But not so much the others. So not knowing what the respective computer platforms were like, I wasn't really sure what to expect in terms of what does a port from one of these computers to another look like. And much like the Japanese computer releases that we looked at a while back, I had at one point or another assumed that, not taken for granted, but thought that there was a good chance that these versions are similar enough that looking at all of them might not be that interesting or even relevant. Now, it turned out that the Japanese PC versions were actually sufficiently different that it was very much worthwhile looking at them, and they were all good. But even if they hadn't been, it wouldn't have been a waste of time. But I can excitedly and happily confirm that just refreshing my memory and doing like 5 seconds of testing, there are pretty vast differences between these versions. Like, it's ported from the BBC version, the Atari one, but I assume, really looking at it, that mostly means the code is, well, I can't even say it's the same. Point being, from an audio-visual standpoint, it's immediately obvious from first glance that they're not the same. These 2 versions are as different from one another as any other 2 versions, so it's going to be exciting. We're going to get to look at 3 separate versions that all have basically completely unique visuals and sounds. I know some of the graphics were quote-unquote ported over from the BBC Micro to the Atari one, but I mean, it's kind of like the graphics were ported over from DOS to, I don't know, Sam Coupe or Amstrad or whatever. Like, yeah, they were taken from one and put into the other, but in the process they changed, so they're different. And yeah, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting. Got Pragmata. Yeah, that game's been getting a lot of positive buzz. I'm not that interested in it myself, but certainly people saying that it's a video game. People have been saying it's basically a PS2 video game, which is excellent news. I'm glad to hear that. There's a lot of reasons why I find it fairly unappealing. But I'm glad to hear that it's apparently good, and I'm sure I'll check it out at one point or another. I'm sure it'll... I mean, it's like... I've had DMC5 and whatever third re-release of DMC4 on my, like, Xbox and Steam wish lists for a number of years. And they're very frequently down to, like, cheap enough prices that if I actually felt compelled to play them, I'll just buy them. And I think that's kind of where a lot of Capcom games tend to end up. Like, once they're a few years old, they go on reasonably aggressive sale with enough frequency that if you're actually interested in playing it, you'll be able to get it cheaply at one point or another. Atomic Runner had mentioned, what was that game? Chain Staff. Yeah, I haven't looked very closely at it. I know that it sort of popped up. I'm aware of it. I think actually I might have gotten some, like, marketing emails about, I guess, I don't know, sponsorship is the right word, but I think I was offered keys to it. But I think that was while I was kind of on break, so I didn't pay super close attention. Like, it wasn't going to be relevant for me anyway. I can't really remember super specifics, but maybe it was on... I think I downloaded a demo that was on Next Fest. It, like, caught my eye enough because it's like a side-scrolling 2D action platform type thing. But I think there was something about it that I don't want to say that it rubbed me the wrong way, but I'm very particular about the things I like and get excited about. And there's actually, you know, more than a few 2D action platformer type things coming out on Steam. So it being broadly within a sphere that I have a general interest in isn't necessarily enough to make me, like, actually... Well, it's enough to make me interested, but being interested isn't enough to make me actually get around to playing something, I think. But I'm glad to hear you enjoyed it. Maybe I'll check it out at some point or another. Who knows? Who knows? But yeah, so we have 3 versions of the game to get through today, and hopefully, knock on wood, capturing and emulating and running and everything will work. These are computers. These are computer systems I am not entirely familiar with. These are computer systems that all have a multitude of hardware configurations and all kinds of, you know, potential places for things to go wrong. But hopefully all goes well.
What have you got there? A box?
Why not 79 is not going to let us get started that quickly. That's all right. Didn't we look at this before? I'm not actually sure. Let me take a look. It's always weird when we get, like, review requests and I'm, like, not sure if we've had the request before or if I'm just like, no, of course I know it, but no, I don't think we did. We'll get to that in a moment. We'll get to that in a moment. What else was I going to say? I forget. Anyway, I wanted to get started nice and early today because we do have quite a bit to cover, and hopefully running the games will all go smoothly. And I think we should have, again, barring any technical problems, we might just be able to hopefully reasonably comfortably get through the 3 games. New Fist and R-Star series got you in the mood. Did they drop the new episodes yet? I didn't really... It's a little awkward because it's I guess it has to do with translation stuff, but it's not on Prime here. But I used a VPN to watch the first 2 episodes. I couple of days ago. I'm not sure. I didn't hate it. I still think it's ugly. It's really weird that it's every like couple of minutes, every couple of scenes, they like flashbang you with like one shot or a close-up or a very brief sequence of like actual 2D drawings, and it looks like 100 times better than the rest of the show. So they like, as soon as you start getting used to like the ugly 3D animation, they give you a reminder of how good it could look. It's like, oh yeah, here's the 2D animation, just to, you know, just so you don't get too comfortable with the 3D animation. So you go, oh fuck, that's, oh shit, that's what it should have looked like. And then you have to like put up with the 3D, and you know, you kind of get used to it, and then boom, there's another 2D shot. You, oh fuck, that's what it should have looked like. But even with that, I enjoyed the first 2 episodes well enough. I have a lot of there's a lot of things I'm curious about in terms of how they will adapt it, and mostly to do with like structure and pacing, because the original TV show is so strange, especially early on. I don't know, like I saw the teasers and stuff as they came out, when they first did like the reveal of the like the key art and stuff, and I think they had like a teaser trailer before, and I think they released like the opening a couple of weeks ago, and I saw that. Like, so I've been sort of keeping up on it as it's like there's been new media reveals, but I haven't like read anything about it, so I don't know like how many episodes they're making and how much of the story that'll cover. But like, I like it enough that I'll probably keep watching it, which is very rare for me. I don't watch a lot of TV shows, much less anime stuff. But yeah, there's like there was always going to be stuff that I was going to be kind of annoyed with. That's just how it goes when it's like adaptations of stuff you're familiar with. But what I'm glad about, irrespective of any quality concerns with like how good it looks or anything like that, is that it does feel like it's making an effort to be its own adaptation. Obviously, it's sticking very close to the story beats and everything, and a lot of the time when you have a TV adaptation of a comic, the way they sort of structure, they take a snippet of the comic to make it into a half-hour episode, you're probably going to get it like the same story being adapted to the same format. It's gonna end up pretty similar, you know. The first 2 episodes were pretty one-to-one with like episodes of the original show, but I don't think that'll necessarily be the case going forward. So I'm curious to see how things might sort of end up a little different. I mean, especially like I said early on, the original TV show had so many fillers, and the first like season of the old show was very strange, with how like it's not adapted one-to-one from the comic at all. Like the stuff that is adapted faithfully, but they moved things around and added a bunch of filler stuff early on in a way that I can't imagine they're gonna replicate in this show. And the pacing is very sluggish early on in the old show. Like the story doesn't start really until like episode 20 something, and it doesn't really get going properly until like episode 30. And there's no way they're gonna do that now. Like, would not make sense. So like the original show, like once you get to around like episode 30-ish, like it changes completely. Like it that's kind of where when it actually gets good. And even then, obviously, there's going to be, it's not as like a super roller coaster pace constantly from that point, but it's not like, yeah, like it's such a bizarre thing where like the first like 3 or 4 episodes have like momentum, and then it sort of grinds to a halt for the next like 16 to 20 episodes, and then it like picks up again. It's, yeah, and then there's even like some recap like clip shows around the 20 episode mark as well. It's kind of weird. But in any case, yeah, like there's stuff to enjoy about the new show, even if it's pretty ugly and it looks cheap. Even some of the approaches to the action and animation, like I don't like the way it looks in motion. I don't like the way that like the 3D models of the characters look. Like they look okay sometimes, but especially the way they move, like they looked really stiff. They look like action figures. But there is there are certain things that come with doing things in 3D with like camera movements and like when you're animating in 2D, there's certain things are easy to do cheaply and certain things are very expensive to do. When you're doing stuff in 3D, it's the same thing. Some things are easy to do and some things are cheap or are expensive and difficult, but they're not the same things. So like you can tell that they resort to 2D animation where it's like cheaper. There was a shot in episode 2 where like when Kenshiro like rips his shirt, like the tearing cloth and stuff, like yeah, that's gonna be the kind of stuff where like if you're doing it in 3D you have to like figure out how to do it, versus if you're in 2D like you just draw it. It seems like that's the kind of stuff where they're like, fuck it, we'll just draw it. There's also like extreme close-up on characters' eyes and faces and stuff where like you could see why we're rigging a 3D model to do that, like to get a subtle change in expression is like a kind of complicated thing. But if it's drawings, like you do 3 drawings and then that's it. But like I said, this jump back and forth is like kind of jarring. But because of that, like the flip side of that is that there are things that are cheap or like aren't meaningfully more complex or expensive to do in 3D. Like for example, if you have animation, like motion, movement, like mapped out, changing the camera position essentially is like trivial. Whereas obviously if you were to do that in 2D animation, it's like, you know, absurdly complicated. So that lends itself to certain types of like, especially the actions, like the fight scenes. It feels like the fight scenes are kind of where they're putting more emphasis and effort and budget, which is pretty different from the other adaptations. Like, and it gives it its own flavor. I don't think the fights have been like incredible so far, but the fights in the old TV show and most of the other adaptations, they're not really that much of a visual spectacle. Like, they're dramatic and they're exciting, but that's a lot of that comes from just the characters in the story. And I'm sure the same is true for a lot of other like action series, like martial arts type stuff. I don't think necessarily they were lacking in visual excitement and spectacle, but it's a logical, obvious sort of place to take things in a slightly different direction, like something that's going to set this adaptation apart from previous adaptations. And I think it's probably why, like that alone, I think is sort of, I don't want to say justifies, but it certainly explains why you would want to do it in 3D. I mean, like, I'm sure it's cheaper in a lot of ways, but it's at least a positive side effect, a silver lining, if you will, is that it allows them to do things that probably would not have happened, or at least not to the same extent or in the same way if it was all 2D. So I think there is at least something to give it its own identity, which I'm happy with. So yeah, I guess I don't know, I guess they're gonna keep dropping them like 2 episodes at a time, so I'll probably check out the episodes 3 and 4 tonight. So, but honestly though, I kind of expected to hate it, and the fact that I don't hate it is like cool. That's better than expected. So yeah, that's my very quick review of the new Fist of the North Star. Oh yeah, not that I care, because I would never in a million years think to watch it in English, but I hear the English dub is like shockingly atrocious, which, like, I don't know, the tracks, I guess, but I don't care. But I guess that's something of note. Like, it doesn't make me think less of it, because I think, like, I don't care about the English dub. I don't care about the Italian dub or the Chinese dub or any other. Like, I'll watch it in Japanese, and that's the way I want to watch it, and it doesn't really matter if it's got a good or bad dub in other languages. In any case, I suppose that is what prompted this request. What's up, Rockwood? Greetings. Yeah, I mean, obviously that's me. Like, technically there was a Swedish version released on VHS in the 80s that was like absurdly truncated, where they like cut out all the violence, but I never watched it. Like, that's not where my nostalgia is. Like, I mean, I don't like it as a nostalgic thing. I've I've been a fan for like 30 years, but it's, I don't know, I just like it the way I always have. But like I did watch the movie in English in the 90s, but I don't have an attachment to watching anime in English. And I read the comic in Japanese, so I don't have that like attachment. And I mean, there are, I'm sure, certain shows where it's not unthinkable that I would watch it in English. I'm hard pressed to think of something where it would be my default, but certainly, as an example, like if someone were to make the argument in favor of watching, I don't know, Cowboy Bebop or something in English, I would be more inclined to humor that thought. But with Fist of the North Star, there's just no, like, and I mean, if someone wants to watch it in English, if that's their preference, I mean, that's up to them. I don't care. But if someone were to suggest me that I would watch, it's like, it's so weird. Like, nah, it's like, should be in Japanese, of course. Anyway, I digress. Let's take a look at the hang on, did I? Oh, never mind. There we go. Wasteland. I'm trying to remember if I played this one or some remake or later. I didn't play it on the Commodore 64, that's for sure. But there have been like new versions of this and sequels and stuff. Iconic game and iconic cover. And yeah, I think this is really sick. EA, of course, were an interesting publisher back in the day. And they, you know, true to their name, they were very much their whole kind of brand was treating game developers and game development as arts, and like putting emphasis on the individual people who created stuff and what the vision was. And like they often had very elaborate packaging, but also they not necessarily like breaking new grounds in weird feelies like cloth maps and trinkets and stuff, but they often had like very, like, even the console games, which I guess is more in my realm of like expertise. A lot of their American Genesis releases had like very extensive manuals with a lot of like writing. So that they were very kind of mature, an adult, I guess you could say. Like they treated the subject matter very seriously. And sometimes the subject matter could be like, I don't mean that in a, like, it could still be funny and stupid and silly, but like it wasn't, you know, they put effort into it, and they put effort into presenting stuff in a way that you like, that makes you really appreciate it. And I think this is like such an awesome cover. Like, this is an absolutely, you know, it passes the poster test with absolutely flying colors. It's such a like evocative, cool image, and I think like many different ways, like just from a absolutely pure artistic, aesthetic, composition point of view, it's very dramatic, it's very striking, it's very easy to like understand what it is. There's a lot of detail, like it's very well painted. It manages to be really, like, it's very monochromatic, of course, but that feels like a strength. Like, it's a focused composition that is intriguing. You understand the setting right off the bat. Even, you know, you understand the world, but even just the people, like, you have this sort of group of like threatening looking figures up top, and then the lone dude like kind of walking towards them. At least that's how I read it. It instantly like tells a story. And I haven't played the game really. I mean, I'm familiar with it. I know of it. I think I played. Actually, I might have played a little bit of the remake on like Game Pass or whatever years ago. And of course, like the whole general idea of like post-apocalyptic, you know, survival wasteland type stuff is pretty well established. You know, it's a familiar territory, so you recognize it. But I think it's so cool. Like it absolutely sells the idea of that kind of experience. And I think one thing that's kind of remarkable that I think is unusual in terms of like all these different boxes we've looked at. I love the graphical elements, like the typography, the integration of the title in the artwork itself is like, it's an element I always bring up when we talk about cover arts. But not only the specific method they used here, where like the title logo is like cut out with negative space from the artwork, but how it, you know, how it's executed, not just from, again, like from a technique standpoint, but like how it actually integrates with the artwork, I think is so cool. Like it's, you look at this and you just like struggle to imagine the title being presented any different way. And I think it's also the artwork, the image is cool on its own. You could take the original painting and that would make for a cool poster, but I legitimately feel like the typography of the logo, I don't know if typography is the right word for it, but like the integration of the title elevates the artwork. Like I think the font and like the weight of the text and like even the character of how the text looks, you know, the way it's done feels like it's contributing to the oppressive sort of atmosphere. Even the title, right? Like Wasteland is it's a simple but striking good title, and even just like the word itself, I think lends some kind of lends some weight to the how you perceive the atmosphere. Like hypothetically, if there was a different title or there was no title, I feel like I would maybe infer something different from the people we see in this scene. So I feel like on some level, just the title itself and how it's presented visually contributes to what the cover art is communicating. And I think that's pretty remarkable. We don't see that very often. If anything, you know, it's a little frustratingly common to see illustrations where there's like not even space to put a logo anywhere without compromising the art. Like, I'm looking at the composition and the spacing of everything. I wouldn't assume that the artist who painted this knew about or was taking this specific logo design into account when they painted it. I'm sure there's a degree of happy, you know, coincidence that it worked out as well as it did, but it doesn't really matter. Like the intent isn't as important as the result, I think, for something like that. It worked out, whether by luck or design. The result is awesome. Even the black frame around everything, like, you know, I typically, you know, often I'm very annoyed when artwork is not used to its sort of full extent, using the entire canvas of a box. But I think because of the title treatment, it works really well. Now, obviously, the title itself would be awkward and difficult to read if it was like hugging the sides of the box. But if you imagine a version of this where you inverted it, so like you remove the black frame and just have the artwork cover the entire box, and then you had like Wasteland in black or something, I feel like it just wouldn't have the same weight. Like, I think it's just a really, really remarkable execution of implementing this sort of box template design layout aspect in a way that not only doesn't compromise the artwork, but almost elevates it. And, you know, even the EA and Interplay logos are like color matched, which, like, there's even a nice symmetry between the bright yellow of the top of the illustration and the EA logo at the bottom. Like, how insane is it that, like, the company logos are integrated in like a visually satisfying way in the composition. Like, it's like to the point where if I had this as a poster, I feel like I would want the EA logo to be there just to like properly like complete the imagery. I think this is tremendous. Like, I wouldn't necessarily be quick to think of it as like one of my favorites, but I love it, and it's not like I'm not seeing it for the first time. Like, I love it, and I know that I love it, but I haven't had the excuse, I suppose, of digging into it like this. But it's a really, really tremendous cover, and I think it's awesome on many, many levels. I was gonna say despite being like pretty basic in some ways, but I think I don't think it's in spite of it. I think it is, again, like, it's a very focused, clear idea that, you know, conveys itself very effectively, very efficiently. And yeah, I mean, what else is there to say? This is an ultimate god box. Like, this is just such an incredible cover, all the way around. I love it. There you go. With that, let's crack open a brand new, exciting, exotic, got some palm trees and everything, mango yuzu flavored Kong Strong, and go to Persia. I can manage this. Not bad. So, here's where we're at. We got the last 3 games to go. And again, all goes well, we will see our way through them on today's stream. We're going to start with the Commodore 64 version from 2011. Finding credits for some of these is a little bit tricky, but Andreas Varga is a video game industry veteran who's done a number of Commodore 64 projects on the side. He had a few people helping with various aspects, but I guess he's like the main developer to credit on this one. And we'll get to the other versions as we get to them. Let's see if I can find my notes here. Okay, I think we're good with that. So yeah, I don't think there's too much more to go over here. I think we should basically just get to it. Up Taco Task Force, welcome, welcome. Kong Strong is the Lidl brand energy drink, which is you know, it's not bad as far as those things go. I cannot speak for what your local gas station does on Tuesdays or any other day. I guess I should mention real quick as we have this up on screen before we get going, for those who may not have been following every stream here, this is the kind of mostly, to the best of my ability, chronological order of these releases. And for each of the games that we have played, we get a little trophy or skull to indicate whether we were able to complete the game in our single run. And although there are some discrepancies here and there, for the most part, you can easily sort of tell that any port that's actually good, any port that plays the way it's supposed to, I tend to be able to finish without too much trouble. Whereas most of the skulls, with the notable exception of the Super Famicom port, which is a totally different beast, tend to indicate that there's some issues with how the game plays, leading to my inability to finish it. All the skull ports are not disasters. Some of them are pretty dire. Some of them have relatively minor but notable enough issues to be a little awkward to play. And some of them, like the Mega Drive version, have like huge problems, but also a bunch of stuff that's genuinely cool about them. So they're like a very mixed bag. The Atari ST port is awesome. Like, it plays correctly. That's really the thing. Like, they're technically speaking, there's a scale, sure. Some ports play better than others, but for the most part, it's a pretty simple binary where either the game plays like it's supposed to, and it plays well, and then it's like a good time. And if it doesn't really matter if the problems are big or small. It's still gonna be kind of a bad time. That's not completely true, because you can kind of, depending on what the issues are, like they're easier or more difficult or more or less frustrating to try and circumvent. But provided you pass the bar for decency, like, then that's it. Like, that, you know, there aren't really any ports that play incorrectly, but they're fine. Like, if they don't play correctly, then they have problems. And Atari ST is on the good side of that divide. And what's cool about the ST version is that it's like visually completely unlike any other version. Especially for the time, it really stands out as not like adapting the DOS version graphics. It just has its own completely different look, which in my mind is very cool. Got some interesting sound and stuff too. It's just, in my opinion, criminally overlooked version for how much sort of interesting stuff it brings to the table, especially if you think of it relative to the Apple II version and the DOS version. The Atari ST was sort of developed, I suppose, in parallel with the DOS and Amiga versions, and if you compare those, the Atari ST like takes so much more interesting swings with how it adapts the graphics, whereas the DOS version is very, I'm not sure if conservative is the right word, but it's not very imaginative in what they did with the graphics. It's fine, but it's very like perfunctory. Whereas the Atari ST is much more visually interesting, in my opinion. When I played it, it definitely had a fair bit of slowdown. I can't really say for sure how representative that is for the typical experience, because you get like hardware configuration type stuff. But aside from that, like, that's the only issue. So it's definitely worth a look if you are a fan. And I think these three versions will be as well. The Commodore 64, BBC Micro, and Atari 8-bit versions, given that they are sort of passion projects, they're made by fans, they're made by like hardware enthusiasts for these platforms. They're the kind of projects that don't get made unless there's people involved who really want them to be made and really want them to happen. I was frankly a little surprised with the Spectrum version, given that it's obviously the same kind of idea, it's the same kind of passion project type thing. It didn't really hold up the way I was expecting it to. Like, it's in a lot of ways probably better than you would expect of a Spectrum version of Prince of Persia. Like, the graphics were great, but it had some quite peculiar differences in the controls, and the physics were a little weird. Jumping was a bit messed up. Like, it just wasn't... It was a solid effort for like some dude in Russia in the 90s making his own like reverse engineering Prince of Persia to remake it. It's not terrible, but it doesn't really like... It had issues, and I expect these more modern fan versions to be made with a higher degree of attention to detail, I guess we can call it. It didn't feel to me... Well, to some degree, the Spectrum version had a lot of weird stuff where the triggers for switches and stuff were different, and like the number of tiles on screen was not the same, which made some layout changes kind of weird. some of that I'm sure is rooted in technical limitation, but it wasn't like, oh, the Spectrum couldn't handle Prince of Persia necessarily. It was more like design and execution issues that made it kind of weird. Like I said, cool for what it is, but not a version I would recommend unless you're a psycho like me and or a huge like Spectrum geek. Like, there's a novelty to it, but I didn't appreciate it that much more beyond that. But I think these three versions, I hope anyway, are going to deliver on more of kind of what I was expecting maybe to see from the Spectrum version, where it's like these modern, really high effort, really well made things for old hardware that's going to be really punching above its weight. I think it's going to be cool. I'm excited. We also have, of course, on this list my highly scientific emoji-based review scale, where I basically just summarize how I feel about each of these games after playing it. And no, I will not elaborate further. So, with that out of the way, I think we can finally get some gaming going. Let me see if I have the capture all set up. Looks like it. PoP Classic on console is really fucked up in a lot of ways. It's like fine. I think that's like maybe the only version where it's a quote unquote bad port. That's still like it doesn't play correctly, but it's sort of fine. I mean, I guess you could say the Java phone version also doesn't play like the original, but the way it does play is internally consistent and it controls really well. But the console one is like, it has really sloppy, weird analog controls. And it makes some weird changes, like the combat's weird. I don't know. It's okay. It's fine. But I have a lot of grievances with it. If you want to get my extended thoughts on it, feel free to look up the previous episode. I think it's on YouTube, but you can at least find the archive on Twitch, if nothing else. All right. Let's batch cartridge image. Actually, let me... Oh, yeah, never mind. Read the documentation. Why not? Let's take a quick look. That's the fire button. Right, so we'll see the kind of intro stuff. I don't necessarily think we have to read through it here. And we... Oh, okay. I have to press up to scroll down. I wasn't expecting this to have a lot of information that we need, but most versions we played haven't had any in-game digital manual. Just curious. Does that kind of explain how to play? Adventuring. Death and continuation. Saving your game. A to restart level. Mr. Sid. Guess it's his hacker alias. All right, okay. I think we're good. Looks good. Sounds good. Sounds loud. Let me know if I need to adjust anything. Turn down just a smidge. Like peaking in OBS. The Sultan's absence, the Grand Vizier Jafar rules with the iron fist of tyranny. Only one obstacle remains between Jafar and the throne, the Sultan's beautiful young daughter. Good use of high-res mode for nice crisp text. This looks nice. I like all the detail in the bed. I mean, the audio is where you would expect this to shine. Not to take anything away from it, of course, but it's like not surprising. Yeah, looks nice. Marry Jafar or die within the hour. All the princess's hopes now rest on the brave youth she loves. Little does she know that he is already a prisoner in Jafar's dungeons. Such a good intro. Of course, embellished, made even sicker in some of the other versions, like the Mega Drive version and the Japanese PC versions. Of course, you can't fault them for sticking with the original here. This is much closer, of course, to the Apple II version. Yeah, so Andres Varga did a bit of everything, I guess. Programming, music, and even some of the graphics. Alright. Wait, the game started. I thought it was like in a track mode, but no, it just boots into the game. Okay, because I was about to comment on the fact that like, oh, it just, the attract mode is level 1 and not like the exclusive attract mode level. But no, the game just started. Looks good. Feels good. Nice little sound effects. Okay, we got some slowdown, but that's fine. Due to the way the emulator is configured, I am playing this in a pretty small window, so I have to like assume the gamer stance and lean in. Alright. Oh yeah, it's slowing down a fair bit. Alright, the hidden switches are hidden but visible the way they should be. You know, for whoa! Okay. I slipped up there and didn't grab the latch. It's fine. Oh, that's a good sound effect. I like the footstep sounds. Yeah, like the Commodore 64 is you know, quite capable for sure. And as like this sort of late era enthusiast project, with especially for me, like not having that much of a frame of reference, it's easy to, I think, maybe have unreasonable expectations. I mean, this is running better than the Apple II version for sure. But it's got very notable slowdown. But I mean, a lot of versions do. That's not a slight on this effort for sure. Oh, I just picked it up. I didn't have to press anything. I want to say the Commodore 64 Karateka is kind of infamous for being, you know, not very good. But even so, that's at least a frame of reference, you know, so being better than that is obviously not a bad thing. Guess we can take that extra detour up there. Actually, let me try this. Oh, I couldn't. Oh. See, that's an interesting thing. Like, dodging falling tiles can work a little different between versions. So it can be kind of good to know. That did not extend my health bar. That was just healing. I was gonna say, like, the flask didn't, like, it looked like a normal healing potion. Yeah, like, I'm super confused because in the, in POP Classic, I just realized I forgot to start the timer. All right, that's fine. That's a health extension, and I'm like, wait, is there a health extension in stage 1? Like, I didn't think there was. And now I'm like, well, maybe there wasn't, and they just added it in that version? Like, I'm being gaslit by the remake? I'm not sure what's going on. It's not like I usually grab a health extension there anyway, so we just wasted, like, a minute. But this version controls very well, so I think we'll be fine. In combat, well, I can parry. And there's counterattacking. Okay, so combat's correct. Doesn't massively slow down. We should be fine. Works correctly. He does grab the ledge, even when I just tap up. Oh, that's weird. Okay. I pressed up and I didn't... I don't know. I guess I must have pressed it like a frame early. I thought the jingle pressed when I played up to walk through the stairs. But I guess it was just the exit is open and jingle. And I pressed up just a split second too early. The graphics in this, I think, are really nicely done. They're a pretty basic conversion. I mean, basic in a kind of artistic sense, you could say, of the DOS graphics. You could kind of say it's a little bit of a... Whoa, holy shit, this guy's aggressive. Pretty fast. That's the thing, like, I guess it has that in common with the Apple version. When it's fast, but it slows down. It doesn't take a lot to slow down. But the fact that there's combat and 2 torches... you can see when the tiles are falling, like, everything goes to a crawl. But even just there being combat, like, combat is never... Like, the Apple II version is a little strange because... Or, you know, being used to other versions. Because it has maybe the greatest variability in speed of any version. Because not only does it slow down very frequently, when it's running at its fastest, it's faster than, like, any other version, pretty much. So the range at, like, that it fluctuates within in speed is greater than, I think, pretty much any other version. And this doesn't fluctuate as wildly. But, like, the base speed is... Well, I guess it doesn't feel like it's faster than the DOS version necessarily, but the combat specifically feels a little faster than I kind of expected. It's taking a little bit of getting used to. But it feels very responsive. It feels great, so... Kind of a funny sound effect. Whoa. Max range attack there from this guy. The attacks actually connect. It's not like the fucking NES version. Where like 60% of attacks just don't connect. Alright, blue, poison. I think there's a potion up there, but there's a non-zero chance that I'll just hit myself in the head with a tile trying to get it, so... Ah! I pressed up, but I was kind of still moving forward, I think. Okay. This level can be a weird little speed bump, because there's quite a bit of fighting, and we're still only on 3 health. After that guy that just killed me, we'll get our first health extension. So just having a little bit more of a margin to work with is going to make things significantly smoother. Oh yeah, controls are great. Like, it feels just like it should. And as far as the graphics, I mentioned that they're kind of obviously, you know, the DOS graphics are themselves kind of traced over the Apple II graphics. And by nature of the, like, resolution and color palette and everything, this reads a little bit like sort of an in-between. So, to an extent, the critiques I may have of the DOS version's graphics aren't really applicable here, just on account of the lesser kind of do this. Ah! Of course. Okay. Because I did that jump, I ended up falling more than a single tile. I fell like 1.1 tile, and that's enough to take fall damage. That's consistent with other versions, so that was just me being stupid. It doesn't like always happen, but it can happen. So that's not like a bug in this version. I wanted to go back and heal up, but that's what I get. So far, we're actually doing quite poorly. But if I wake up a little bit and start performing better, I think we can make up for some lost time. It's interesting that the game stops for the combat fanfare, which is not how most versions work, but it is how the Apple II version works. In the Apple II version, there is that delay after each combat encounter. Here, like, I can't do anything while that happens. But in the DOS version, and just about every subsequent version, that was changed. So the jingle plays sort of while you sheath the sword. So you can just sort of keep going a little more quickly. That went a lot better. What's up, Cody? Yeah, the kid needs to lock in and feel the jungle power of Kong Strong. There we go. I was thinking on level 1, like, the health extensions just look the same, and no, they don't, because it wasn't one. But there we go. Or, yeah, same thing here. I can't move. And I remember, of course, the Apple II version is less familiar to me, but so it was striking just playing that version that you sort of get stuck during the music bits.
Unspeakable horror awaits you.
Nico Jazz with 70 months of tier 3 Skull Club membership. Thank you very much indeed. That's very generous of you. Appreciate it. I remember like the relief of going from the Apple version to the DOS version of like, oh my god, it feels so good to like not be stuck. Alright, I can make that work at least. And I do think genuinely that it's a contributing factor. I mean, I can't say how much. But like, we finished the Apple II version, but with like 3 or 4 minutes left or something. It was pretty tight. I would attribute most of that to the clock speed probably being pretty inconsistent. But I'm sure it doesn't help that, like, I assume the clock's still running during at least some of these musical jingles. Like right now, I don't know if the clock's running. Ooh, different color palette. Cool. It's a little weird looking, but I appreciate it. This is, of course, kind of consistent with the 1.4 version of the DOS port. Thanks for the follow. Where they introduced like the alternate color palettes for the dungeon levels to spice things up a little bit. In which level 3 is also green, but not quite, not quite this green. Do we go for the... Nah, fuck it. We need to save time. Okay, let's try this again. What the fuck? How did I not reach? Yeah, that was a little weird. The first couple of levels can be weirdly precarious. I'm a little concerned about the timer on this door. But it might just be like you don't usually hear it from so many screens away. But honestly, I don't know. This isn't the exact same in every version. I've definitely... We've played some... Like the NES version, this was kind of fucked. I have to do this like weirdly perfectly. Oh, this is... Oh, okay, it does work. Good. See, we're like not even close. We're already hearing the door close. Yeah. We kind of have to do it perfectly to get there, but alright. As always, I'm curious if this version has the checkpoint here. Hopefully, we'll just do this first try and we won't find out, but we'll see. Timing of these can vary and be a little weird. It's funny that it looks different. There's like an extra tooth in the jaw trap compared to the original. Of course, the pixel resolution isn't the same, so it makes sense that some things look slightly different, but it's funny that they would essentially add detail. Animation looks great though. Timing looks consistent and readable. No sound effect for the skeleton assembling. Oh boy. It's always a little disconcerting when you start having doors moving during combat, because it fucks with the timing. Ooh, looks like maybe we can do the glitch. Nope. I thought I saw him move, but... Oh. Combat just feels so smooth and responsive and correct, and like... You can move so nimbly, it's like, oh, it feels... No! Fuck. That was very funny. I don't know what happened there exactly. I slipped and, like... fell. And then I held the button to grab. And it's like it skipped the death or something. I don't know what, just... That was bizarre. I don't know what happened. I mean, I fucked up. So I tried to jump, and I like ran instead, and I should not have been able to grab the ledge from that fall, so like it checks out that I would have fallen down, but I don't know what I did exactly. Yeah, like this game does the proper sensible thing of like prioritizing the game functioning correctly over anything else. So, like, the graphics are all redrawn, which, I mean, realistically, I don't think it could have gotten around anyway. Of course, there are versions where they essentially do that and still, like, fuck everything up for whatever reason. Okay, let's do this a little bit more carefully this time. There we go. I can't believe I fucking fell down. We're doing terribly on time. But hopefully we can fix this. Okay, palace tile set. Yeah, the skeleton fight is iconic, but when I first started learning this game more properly, I was surprised that it's like, oh shit, that's like level 3. That's like right at the beginning of the game. Well, I say that, but if there's like 12 levels, 12 and change. This is interesting. The dither texture kind of gives this a different feel. Do you want to drop that tile? Because this is like the palace tile set. But the dither texture on the tiles here kind of gives it like a more gritty feel. Like it doesn't look polished and fancy. I don't mean polished in like video game art asset, but I mean like literally like polished stone. The way it looks in a lot of other versions. Like, it's a different texture from the dungeon stone. Oh, that's funny. The potion fizz like, doesn't look right against the wall. The guards are pretty damn aggressive in this version. But I don't mind it because I'll much rather take that over guards being like weirdly passive, like in some versions. Like, it's infuriating in the Mega Drive version where they like just stand there and block everything and you can't really like effectively take initiative. How's the spike trap gonna look here? Okay, oh, it stands out pretty well. There's other versions where there's like a textured floor in these stages and the little spike dots really blend in. Oh my god. Oh! I'm pressing up and then immediately fire. And because with the game speed going pretty fast, that was a really bad time loss, by the way, because that's right at the end of the level. The combat game speed is like pretty fast. So in order to do the parry and counterattack, you have to press up and fire like pretty immediately afterwards. But if you press them like too soon, so you basically press them like simultaneously as far as the game's input buffer is concerned, the attack input takes priority over the parry input. So you get an attack instead of a parry and a riposte. Which has gotten me hit multiple times. So that's like pretty bad. I mean, it's pretty bad for the success of this run. I don't mean that it's a problem with the port. Alright. I didn't mean to do that. That was nice and smooth. I meant to grab the ledge, but a couple of seconds wasted. The enemies, like, pretty consistently... Okay, let's... just be real safe. The enemies pretty consistently attack you from, like, their max range in a way that they don't tend to do as much in other versions. That's why it's kind of catching me a bit off guard. They're attacking me from a space where I'm not even really sure if my riposte would hit them. There we go. Of course, When I bother to go grab the extra health, I just kill him much more quickly. Save a few frames here and there. Oh, let's see what the shadow looks like. It's gonna be exciting. Okay, I gotta wait here because I can't move during the jingle. So if I try to like time that run as the jingle is happening, that's a recipe for disaster.
Look, you!
Of course, can't fucking time the jump from. No, mirror reflection there, but oh, that's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Hopefully the game clock at least slows down whenever the game speed comes. But I am a little concerned. 41 minutes left in level 5 is not great. I don't think we've done any level deathless. Even level 1 we took a death. Yeah, if you think of it that way, that's definitely quite bad. Okay, that's pretty good. Him dying off screen skipped the victory jingle. Not gonna bother with that. Ooh, that was... okay. Actually perfect, but I jumped probably a tile sooner than I expected. Oh. Dude, even, like, guys on level 5, like, rallying, that seems pretty... like, haven't even gotten to the boss yet. Oh, I mean, technically, I guess you could count the skeleton as the first boss, but the minister... Alright, you can scoot properly in this version, that's good. Or slide, I should say. From a run. Oh, it's always satisfying when you get the double hit like that. Die. Okay, not bad. Wasn't sure if there's one more. Okay, fuck. A bit of... I'm lost. But I'm so scared of taking extra deaths that we can't really afford. Ah. Ah, fuck, I wasn't ready for them to... Now I took the death anyway. I don't want to say that I'm panicking, but I'm definitely stressing out a little bit. We cannot afford continuing to die like this. And the... It's interesting, the combat's really proving to be a bit of a problem. But I think it's mostly down to the speed of it being a little faster than I'm used to. The speed is a little faster, and the enemy behavior is a little, like... I don't want to say off, but it's like, it's not identical in every version. But like I said, they seem a little more aggressive, and the fact that we're getting into rallying even here like that, even if it's not extended, like it's still... The combat difficulty just seems slightly higher than I'm used to. Nothing unmanageable, but clearly enough to throw a wrench in things. Just gotta be committing to parrying after attacking, it will be fine. Not that I can't do it, I just wasn't really ready to have to do it at this point in the game. So you have to be pretty, like, careful and clean with your inputs. But yeah, it's like I said, like, this is a great port, and it's not in the specific details, but like in the kind of effort and how it all shakes out. More, I expected the Spectrum version to kind of be more like this, where it had like a lot of strange discrepancies. Getting the counter hits. I'll take it. It should be right here. Not quite. Especially when you're like behind, waiting another second or two for the jingle is like extra stressful. All right, level 6 is at least short. I like the way the princess's room looks. 37 minutes. Not unsalvageable. Like, if we have like a deathless level 8 or something, that's going to be really good. There he is. Oh, of course. I think probably that's the move. Let me restart. I haven't gotten like the knack for the timing just yet of like getting into the rallying rhythm. Why do I do this? See, that's the kind of stupid mistake you make when you get flustered because of time. Let's try this again. There we go. Better? I mean, I still kind of slipped up and didn't do... It wasn't very clean, but, you know. I'll take it. Level 7. I think this is a different... I don't think this is green. I think this is brown, maybe? In boss. Oh, it's a good sound effect. 35 minutes. Yeah. Not great, but should be salvageable. There's still hope, I guess we can say. Provided the timing on this level works the way it's supposed to. But we're going to find out. Well, actually, it's not this level I'm thinking of. It's level 8. But we'll get the health extension on this level, which should be pretty trivial. Because jumping is fine in this version. Unless I fuck up here, of course. I love that sound effect of the door shutting. Great sound for that too. I love making that drop. Feels so good. Just making these jumps properly and responsively feels so good. Especially after a bunch of weird versions. Of course, I say that immediately fucking up a running jump by starting it too late. I forgot. Oh. It's not the worst possible time loss on level 7. And I'm just playing like I've got massive amounts of rust. This is just me not playing well. And of course, some of that is down to I'm not, like, there's like differences in timing and such that I'm not used to, but I should be able to sort of compensate for that. Like, that shouldn't be... It's not the port's fault. In simple terms. Alright, let's speed things up. It is interesting on that previous screen that the floor tiles on the right wobbled when I jumped. Because that's actually not correct behavior, I think. It's not like that in every version where... I'm too late. Basically, if you do a jump, either tapping the ceiling or landing on the floor, any loose tiles on that level, like, should wobble, but only if they're physically connected to the floor or ceiling you're touching. So if there's like two separate platforms, or if they're separated by a wall, the tiles on the other end or the other side of it, like, shouldn't be wobbling. I don't think. Like, that make logical sense. And I know that some versions are like that, but I can't remember offhand if it's actually the Apple II version is like that. But I suspect it is, because it seems like the kind of thing that would require extra effort, and it's a nice, like, little attention to detail that I'd be sort of surprised to see that it was something that was added sort of elsewhere. I mean, that behavior not being replicated does make the game easier in a sense, so, like, it's not a big a deal, but okay, I'm a little concerned about this guy. Okay, we're fine. The preemptive holstering feels so good. Did get the jingle despite him falling, though. I wasn't sure if there was another loose tile. Yeah, there was, so that felt safer. Okay, I'm gonna do this. Get if there's like spikes or something here. Oh, right, this screen. I'm gonna just do this. Distance makes it a little awkward to try to do a running jump there. Okay, we should basically be done now. Take the potion. Let's see how this looks. No music or visual effect. That's a little disappointing. Okay. A track record of taking deaths on every single level is we're keeping that up at least. Can we break the curse on level 8, the hardest level in the game? Oh yeah, little mouse. So we should be around 30 minutes, maybe, yeah, 31 even, okay. Interesting. So we got a new color scheme here. You would think maybe this is like the original colors, but the first dungeons were actually blue and not gray. Fuck, these guys are in business. And there's a bit of combat in this level too, so the gray is a bit plain, of course, but I do think it looks nice. Especially coming off of that pretty garish green, I guess. I fucked up. Okay, that worked out. But it's also just nice to have a little bit of variety. Okay, save a second or two there. That's good. Pretty tense. I almost fucked that up. I like that we get a nice bit of all the variety in the guards. And none of them have like really strange color schemes. They just have like one primary color that's different. Grab that for sure. You have to fight like 2 more guys. There's one other potion. I'm not gonna jump. I think the standing jump probably will not trigger like the weird height thing, but let's be careful. Actually, probably do this here now, because that guy's close enough to the edge. He's not turning around. That's correct behavior. I wasn't sure if I timed that correctly, but we got there. Let's grab this potion as well. I think the potion fizz having like a black frame around it when you see it in top of a wall like that is maybe like about the only thing visually in this that like kind of looks a little off. The jump. I actually kind of don't want to have him die on the switch. Okay, moment of truth. Is the timing here like correct that we can just run? Yep, good. Fuck! Okay. I was a little scared there, but it worked out. I had to fight this guy. A little awkward. Sick. Got him in the Super Nintendo Wall Infinite. The rest of the level should be fine, but there's always the risk of fucking up. Let's just run. He's laying on the switch so the door won't close. Slow, methodical inputs. Gotta get through the last map here. This is very precarious though, the way they're spaced, they're right by the screen edge. Oh my god! That super jump scared me. Literally right at the end of the level. I'm not happy about that. The thing is, like, I don't normally use the step to go through those traps because it's pretty slow and not usually necessary. Technically, I could have ran to the left, but it was still valuable to get a sense for how certain things worked. They all worked as they should. is good, but that's not something you can always take for granted. Not gonna lie, that may have just doomed the run. But we shall see. Clock still ticking. I'm just annoyed because this is such a great port, and I feel like I'm not doing it justice by, like, fucking up my performance here. I would assume, based on nothing in particular, that there's not going to be some elaborate, unique ending. So even if we don't get to the end, I don't know how much we're, like, missing. But obviously I still want to see it through, and it would be disappointing to fail at the end. Especially for, like, an actual good port. But we'll see. "25 minutes. I mean, we are past the halfway point of the game. But it's more that, it's not that we don't have enough time to finish. It's more that if I keep playing as poorly as I have been, time's gonna probably run out. Oh, right. Oh, no, please. Turn around again. I can, like, save a few seconds not going for... I mean, I could skip this health, for example, but combat's so precarious that I'm a little scared to do so. I can skip the health extension on level 11. But again... Fuck. Okay, well, that worked out. I'm, like, pretty hesitant to take aggressive time-saving risks. Works the way it should, at least. The inconsistent combat speed when there's other stuff happening on screen can be disorienting. But on the plus side, it does... Things moving a little slower does give me more time to react. I'm a little worried, though, because I know what happened that got me killed. Essentially. But I'm not confident in my ability to avoid it happening again. Yeah. I'm gonna stay here until the jingle plays. Gonna fuck with the timing otherwise. This is the scariest part. I'm not sure if I'm, yeah. Great, okay. Such a shitty time loss. 23 minutes, heading into level 9. It'll be like 20 by the time we get there, it feels like. Wait for the mouse. This could be one for the record books, granted, if I manage to beat the game while also having taken deaths in every level. I don't think I've done that before. Alright, level 9. "22 minutes left." There's a health extension on this level that requires a very, very small detour. That's at least... like, I can get it without meaningful time loss. Deathful, yeah, it's like 100% deaths. Come on. Come on. There we go. Awesome games recovered quickly. More like awesome games painstakingly fumbled. Alright, this screen tends to give me weird amounts of trouble, but I think that's a smart way of doing it. Got him. No jingle. I wonder if it's something I'm doing where I'm like mid-movement or something. Okay, let me... wait. Okay. Oh! Brain fart. That's like the whole thing. Gotta jump over that. This jump right here over this gap is like awkward. That's why I wanted to save that extra tile. But we're good. No problem. Alright, let's open... oh, that was a bad jump, but no, we're fine. Open the exit and hope that doesn't fuck anything up for us. It shouldn't. Well, open the gate that's going to let us open the exit, I guess is more accurate to say. I feel like the rest of this level should be pretty smooth. But famous last words, I guess. It is pretty, like, given the guards being so aggressive, it's quite difficult to swap places with them, I feel. But the fact that they are so aggressive also means that swapping places to push them into a pit isn't as much of a time save as it can be otherwise. No upside down potion? Unless it's a little different in different versions. This is the upside down potion. I guess we'll get to see it. Oh. The upside down one should be in this little alcove to my right. And then you drop down from the health extension to get the second upside down potion. Flip it back if need be. I guess that's just not in here. I mean, it's the kind of thing that I'm sure, you know, only sort of came about because of a technical quirk of the Apple II. that happen to be possible to replicate in other versions as well. But depending on how the graphics on a particular hardware are drawn, it might not be so trivial to just flip all the background and sprite tiles upside down. Let's fight one more guy, right? Yeah. And I mean, it's a kind of a novelty gimmick thing. It's cool, it's fun, I like it, but, you know, it's not... Like, it's a shame to not have it. Hardly ruins the game or anything. Is that a Deathless level 9? I think so. Is the recovery real? We're not out of it yet. We're not out of it yet. Level 10 and 11 shouldn't pose much of a problem. But I mean, I died in fucking level 1, so... And I took a very strange, stupid death in level 3, like... This is a good example of where swapping places can still be beneficial. Don't want to stop on this screen transition either. Oh. The timing didn't feel super great, but I was more concerned about timing the jump correctly relative to tiles. I wasn't paying as close attention to the traps as I should have. Yeah, that's how you deal with that guy. Angle skip, sweet. At least that wasn't a big time loss. Better time. Got the screen mixed up with another screen. Alright, so that's the guy we don't bother with. There may or may not be a health extension behind him. There is in the remake. But we don't need it, and we're short on time, so... Also, I guess it's not there. I guess they just added a bunch of extra health extensions in the remake. That's kind of weird. Ignore this guy. Save some time. Oh yeah, that's not a bad tile, so I didn't need to do that. I have previously successfully fucked this up and not gotten through there. Which means you have to, like, redo half the level. Actually, you might even be screwed if you do that. But luckily I didn't fuck that up. Gotta find one more guy and not screw that up. Oh, I very nearly screwed that up. I wasn't sure. For a moment, I thought maybe there was a single tile gap here that I would run right into if I just kept running. But it was kind of the... Continuing to run was the right answer, and I screwed it up. But I was able to salvage it. Nice. Okay. Okay. Picking up the pace. Level 11. Let's skip the extra health here. Because it does take That's it on the left there. 15 minutes. Go up here. I could maybe have gone for it, and then if we fuck up and die, I wouldn't go for it again, but I've already skipped it now, so. I think it's a bit of a missed opportunity that they didn't do alternate color schemes for the palace levels. It's a bit strange that there's like 4 different color palettes for the dungeon, but then they don't bother for the palace. So you need to drop these tiles, which closes the gate, but when the broken tiles are on top of these switches, you can no longer press them, so you can safely run over here. Squeeze through here. Run over these loose tiles, over the spikes before fighting this guy. Oh, I fucked up. Oh yeah, I fucked up. We're good. And then the game's only required blind jump. Ooh, let's see how this goes. The landing here is a bit fucked up. Survive, that's all that matters. I think there's one more guard up here. Yeah. I'm getting more comfortable with the combat. It's proving less and less of a liability. I think I made the correct choice not to grab the extra health at the beginning of this level. It'd be nice to have, but there aren't many fights left. Actually, I think there's only really one fight left. Great, deathless. Finally, we're recovering a little bit. Let's see how level 12 goes. Well, technically there's 2 fights, I guess, but for one of them, health isn't really going to be relevant. Back to the dungeon. So the timer's not accurate, by the way, the timer that I have on screen, because I started it like 2 minutes in. 12. Okay, this should be fine. I like this color scheme a lot. It's nicer than the other gray color. But it's so weird, right? Like they have... And I know that that's in line with the DOS version, so that's probably why they did it that way. So the DOS version originally didn't have alternate color palettes, but they introduced it in a later patch. And it's the same thing there. All the palace levels are the same color, but there's a bunch of different colors for the dungeon levels. So good. Oh, yep. I timed it correctly. Nice. There we go. That part can be a little tricky in versions where the running jumps are a little weirder than they are here, but good version, so everything just works. Love to see it. Here, you don't really need... You can do a running jump, but we have time, so it's fine. I love this level. This is probably my favorite level. Like, it's all these sick-ass jumps. Do the fearless running across loose tiles, and, like, there's this massive vertical drop. Like, this is just the pinnacle of, like, perilous jumping and ledge grabbing. Like when the game's at its coolest. And of course it ends with this like mega iconic set piece story puzzle boss fight. Fully ultimate. Nice. Okay. And it's a tricky level to learn because, like, there's a lot of stuff that if you don't, you know, it's... I make it look pretty easy because I know the level, but there's plenty of stuff that's like, it's going to catch you off guard if you don't know how to solve it. Okay, let's hope we don't fuck up in some weird way here.
Look, you!
That's exactly what I was afraid of. Thanks for the follow. So you gotta holster your sword, but the shadow is so aggressive. You see, if he's already committing to starting an attack when you start sheathing the sword, he's not gonna stop the attack halfway through. So you gotta make sure that when you press the down input to sheath the sword, that he's not just about to start attacking. But of course, you can't really, you know, visually confirm that. So it's a little bit of luck. But you can see I did parry an attack first because I predicted that that would be a risk. So I was like, let me not instantly sheath the sword. Let me parry an attack first. So I did, and that worked. But then he attacked again. What's up, Haste Rider? Yeah, this is an awesome port. If I was a Commodore 64 enthusiast, I'd be very excited to play this. I mean, I'm a Prince of Persia enthusiast, so I am very excited to play this. But in terms of like homebrew modern C64, so I mean, it's like 15 years old, so it's not that modern, but it's obviously not, you know, from the Commodore 64's active lifespan. A modern game in that sense, post-market game, whatever you want to call it. But yeah, it's really well done. And from the like 3 seconds I've seen the other two versions we're going to look at today also look really good. But it's really been the combat that's been giving us trouble. And even then, it's not because it's not well done. It's just tuned slightly more difficult than I'm used to. Or it's not even, I wouldn't necessarily even say slightly more difficult. I mean, that's probably true, but it's just the fact that it's tuned slightly different, period. I was out of range. Oh, and we're flashing there. Okay. We did it. Oh, shit. I freaked out there for a second because of the screen transition. Okay, level 12, part 2. Oh, I dodged that somehow. Cool, good. No damage before Jafar. I didn't grow up with a Commodore 64 per se, but I bought one at like a flea market when I was in like 7th grade. But I'd had friends who had them and everything. Like I was but I mean, I'm too young to really have I mean, I was born in 85, so I wasn't... I mean, the Commodore 64 was still around and relevant into the 90s to one degree or another. There we go. Rip Jafar. 7 minutes left. But anytime I dealt with Commodore 64 stuff, it was basically like... I wouldn't exactly call it retro, because that concept, the way we think of it today, didn't really exist, but it was sort of, you know, maybe a hand-me-down from an older cousin or brother or something, or it's like, you know, a novelty of we have this thing with like a bunch of tapes or 400 floppies or what have you. Oh, now we get a different color scheme for the home stretch. Nice. But I wouldn't, you know, I like the Commodore 64. I have memories of it, but I wouldn't describe myself like a Commodore 64 enthusiast means something different. Hey, we did it. We salvaged the run. That was very satisfying. After a very, very, very wobbly start, we did it. What's up, G. Saurus? Going great. The tyrant Jafar lies dead, his powers shattered. Throughout the land, the people of Persia hail their princess, and the brave youth who saved her from the forces of darkness. No longer a stranger, he shall from this day forth be known as Prince of Persia. Whoa! I was alt tabbing there. Fucked up the audio, but that's fine. No leaderboard in this version, I guess. But, yeah. What an awesome port. Super well done. Felt really good to control. The slowdown is, I would say, it's probably on par with something like the Atari ST version. It's interesting that the combat, like most versions that suffer from slowdown, combat always runs like slower than whenever you're not in combat, just because there's like two moving characters on screen. But whenever they're like, it was really doors and moving tiles that cause slowdown here. So any fight where there aren't those elements on screen still pretty much ran full speed. So yeah, very impressive. Funny, it doesn't like loop back to the intro. Oh no, okay, I just had to press the fire button to start the music and intro. Yeah, very, very good. Very fun, very satisfying. Definitely the kind of experience, setting aside the hardware differences and like generally having higher expectations of the Commodore 64 as a platform, the kind of experience we had with this game is the kind of experience I was hoping we would have with the Spectrum port. That one turned out to have a lot more issues. It was impressive and cool in its own right. I appreciate it, but it's not a version I would like recommend. It's not a version I would, you know, not a go-to version. This is not like a go-to version for me either, in the sense that I would prefer to play this over other versions, but it's a great port. It's a, you know, both in the sense that it's a great effort, but it also gets everything right that it needs to. And I wouldn't recommend this as like, this is the version you should play, singular. But if someone was interested in this version, there's nothing, it has no problems to speak of. And especially if someone is, like, I always tend to think of it as in terms of like, which version would I recommend to whom? And if a lot of people have come in to ask, like, what's the best version? It's like, well, there isn't really a best version. I love this game, so I would never want to sacrifice the other versions either. So it's not about like which version should I play, but maybe more, you know, which should I play first, or in which order should I play them, or what have you. So I think this sits very comfortably as like, if you enjoy Commodore 64, if you're like a Commodore 64 enthusiast and want to like have an excuse to play Commodore 64 games, or it's like, you know, Prince of Persia is a famous game, I've never played it, I don't know, but because it's on Commodore 64, that would be a fun version to try. Like, yeah, it's a great version, like it holds up beautifully for that. So if it being on Commodore 64 makes you inclined to want to play this version, you will enjoy it. Like, it's a good version of the game, and it's like, it's a good version of this game, but I think also setting it next to other like Commodore 64 action platformers and that type of thing, like, it holds up extremely well in the competition. Like, sure, there are fast-paced action games that don't slow down and whatever, but it's like really polished visually. It controls great. Like, it's everything you would want from a Commodore 64 Prince of Persia, really. The only thing I could possibly, I really wouldn't say hold against it, but it's not really very ambitious in terms of like adding its own twist on things or what have you. But that's not really a complaint. I don't think the game has any like obligation to do so. Clearly they set out to do like a faithful port of the Apple II or DOS version, and I think they absolutely succeeded in that. So yeah, I mean, like I said, I like that they incorporated the different color schemes for the dungeon stages, but I think adding different color schemes to the palace levels is a kind of flourish, if you want to call it that I think they could have safely added without it feeling like they're taking too many liberties. I think there's room to take liberties in general because the game is so like there's so many different versions, and it's like, for me, anyone doing their own take on this and adding some kind of additional touch to me is more interesting than making as straight a port as possible from like a presentational standpoint. As long as the core mechanics and level designs are all intact, I think anything on top of that is like additive and interesting and builds on the kind of legacy of each version, intentionally or otherwise, being its own thing that has its own distinctive appeal. So I would have loved to have seen this version take slightly bigger swings in adding something creative to the game, but it would be a huge stretch to say that it's a complaint that they didn't. Like, I don't think that's anything that this is lacking. If you complain about that, I think you're judging it on like unfair terms. So it's not a critique that I think this failed to achieve something it should have. But personally speaking, I would have enjoyed seeing the intention or ambition with this board being like not even like slightly higher ambition, but just like having more of its own touch. Like, I think adapting the graphics and sounds to the Commodore 64 is enough. Like, there's still absolutely merit to playing this version in addition to like the Apple II, DOS, whatever other versions. Like, it's up there with the best of them. Like, it's earning its spot there for sure. But if we take the Atari ST version as an example, that one has like some more distinctive visual traits and some like sound effects and stuff that sets it apart more, whereas this feels like a more straight conversion really of the Apple II game. But again, that's not a critique, more of a observation. All in all, tremendous. Very fun, very good. Let's bring back the old game list. So we managed just barely. I think we had what, 6 minutes, 7 minutes, something like that to spare. So we actually had a bit of margin, but it was looking real dicey there for a while. But we managed to complete it. Boom, there's our trophy. Keeping the track record alive, the mostly accurate track record of trophies for good ports. I would have been sad to put a skull on this port for sure. As far as the review, I'm very happy with it, as you can tell. I'm a little hard-pressed to figure out the exact rating because I need to consult the relative scale as established here. Because I feel like it would be... Like, I could see, especially if you're a Commodore 64 enthusiast, you would prefer this over the DOS version just because it has the kind of novelty and flavor of Commodore 64. I think within the context of what it is and what they had to work with and how they had to go about it and everything, it's a great port. No complaints at all. But is it better, or does it offer anything more? I don't know. I think basically it's kind of on par with the other good ports. The Atari ST stands out to me because that like visual flourish that's more unique to that version is so cool. The PC-98 Mega CD versions, like, they do more still, and there's more music and everything. So I think this is like perfectly competent, perfectly adequate. So I think, I mean, it does have like a little bit of slowdown and stuff, but it's not bad. Let me see if let me make sure I get the right one here. I think we'll go with this one. Grinning face. On par with Amiga, feels right. The Amiga one, you could argue, is like literally just a lesser version of the DOS version, and I think this has enough of its own unique flavor to not be lesser. But it does have, the slowdown, everything for what it is and for what you would expect. I mean, you would expect more of an Amiga than a Commodore 64 from a technical standpoint, of course. But overall, it's a good port. It's really good. Lives up to what it's supposed to do. But it doesn't really, like, I don't know, it's funny to talk about it in these terms, like, nah, it doesn't do anything special or whatever, and it's like, well, yeah, it's not trying to, it doesn't have to. But in the context of which versions should you seek out for what they uniquely bring to the table, I think this delivers what it needs to, but not really anything beyond that. Like, imagine if there was like some crazy 8-minute like Sid remix of the music that just goes crazy, or something like that. Like, that would be the kind of thing that puts this over the top. But as it is, it's cool. It's all right at everything it needs to be. But I think I would only recommend it. Like, I would only recommend especially seeking out this version if you have an interest in Commodore 64. I'm not saying I wouldn't recommend playing it, but you're not really necessarily getting much of a unique experience here that you wouldn't be getting in any of the other good versions. So I think that's where I'm at with that. It's good, it's fine, but I think the other two versions that we're going to be playing today may just be a little bit more interesting. A little bit more interesting. That's one game down. We have 2 more to go, but I think this is a perfect opportunity to take a short break. I'll step aside for a few minutes, and when I return, we will be checking out the 2018 BBC Micro version of Prince of Persia. Stay tuned for that, and I will be back shortly. All right, I'm back. Let us get ready for the next version here. Now, I guess we'll just keep this box art, which is like a fake mock-up for the Commodore 64 version, which is basically just the original box with a little 64 logo in the corner. It's kind of whatever. There isn't really any new, I mean, boxes, obviously, but also even key art or anything like that for these versions. So I'll just stick this original Prince of Persia art there and it'll do fine. But we need to update the details because we are playing the 23rd game, the BBC Micro version from 2018 by Bit Shifters. Let me consult my notes on emulator settings and what have you. Right. Okay. Set up my capture filter thing here. That should be correct, I guess. Right, this emulator has a bunch of like tape noises and stuff, but that should be fine and just fun, I guess. There we go. If I recall, this emulator does not take too kindly to alt tabbing and stuff, so we might get some weirdness, but I think we'll be fine. Actually, unless there's like a freeze when inactive, let's uncheck that. Great, better. And I think we just do this. All right. Prince of Persia by Jordan Mechner, ported to BBC Master by Kieran Connell. So we get some peculiar controls, which I'm sure comes down to the BBC Micro being peculiar in the first place with keyboard layouts and stuff. I would expect nothing less of British microcomputers. But thankfully we can use the Control K command to redefine keys. I didn't press anything there, it just started, but hopefully we didn't miss any other important information. Oh, look at this. Very Amstrad CPC-like color scheme. By Jordan Mechner. I like how the sunset looks like it's extremely vibrant. The Sultan's absence, Grand Vizier Jafar rules with the iron fist of tyranny. Only one obstacle remains between Jafar and the throne. Sultan's beautiful young daughter. I might disable these sounds. They're a little obnoxious. An interesting look. The sound effect. Oh, look at it. It's all green. That's good. Pretty sick. Marry Jafar or die within the hour. All the princess's hopes now rest on the brave youth she loves. Little does she know that he is already a prisoner in Jafar's dungeons. Alright, let me disable the disk drive noise. I think it's a fun feature, but I'm finding it a little distracting. All right. I think this is the... Oh, there we go. Some credits. Aaron Connell, John Deathmonk something went by pretty quickly. And I guess we're... Actually, did we get the attract mode level? Yep. This is a very interesting look. I'm like fascinated just looking at this. This is my first time playing anything BBC Micro. So I have no frame of reference for like performance or visuals and sound. The color palette for sure is like somewhere between CGA and Amstrad CPC with the like super vibrant, like mathematically derived colors. Because we've got like the cyan, magenta, white, and black of CGA, but then on top of that you also have the primary red, green, and yellow. I guess that's the entire color palette. And yeah, for sure, Technique Unknown, welcome. That's to be expected of these kinds of homebrew projects, right? The institutional knowledge, the lack of limitation by time and budget, development tools. There's so many things that just transform the circumstances and environment for development completely from what they would have been like at the time. Drop the sound just a little bit. So it's obviously not representative of what you would expect from your average retail release. So I'm not looking at it as like, oh, so this is what a BBC Micro game is like, huh? But more so, this is what graphics and sound can be, because again, I have like 0 frame of reference. But it's interesting. The in-game graphics are different than I would have expected, just on account of like the characters. Like there are parts that are obviously just essentially one-to-one with the Apple II, but like, you know, colored differently. But he's got like, you know, I guess he kind of got like blue pants. There's like a bit of, I don't know if shading's the right word, like detail on the character. But like the tiles, like the walls look completely different from any other version. Like, I'm fascinated. And the sort of alternating floor tiles. Yeah, it's very cool. All right, enter. I guess that. Okay, Control K. Yeah, you're gonna button for that, right? Down, crouch. Wait, fuck, I fucked up. Down. There we go. Okay. Let's go. Ooh, this is pretty fast too. I redefined control, so now I'm using the D-pad, my left hand. I have my action key on the numpad because it just sort of worked out that way. Now I've played enough like computer versions of this where I control the directions with my right hand that this is feeling a little unusual, but it's fine. And the hidden tiles, or the hidden switches, it's like a single row of black pixels. It's quite difficult to make out. Oh, automatically grab the sword, just like the Commodore 64 one. But it's like really fast and smooth. I have a like diagonal input key basically, but I can just use the arrow keys to jump Not giving me much trouble. Like, it's cool that they thought to give you an extra input for it. Because diagonals in this game can be a little perilous. It's not that the game handles them incorrectly or anything, it's just that the way inputs work, it gives you a little bit of room to fuck up, basically. See, compared to the Commodore 64 version, this moves very fast, like that version can do, but you may have noticed the combat specifically, the ceiling on how quickly the combat can move is lower. And that's more what I'm used to. I think this will be notably a smoother experience than the Commodore 64 one. Just on account of it handling... The timing of things feel a little bit more familiar to me. Obviously, we just got to de-rust playing through the whole game, so that's obviously helpful as well. Like, me performing better in this game is not indicative of this being like a better or easier version necessarily. Well, I still have to get used to the timing. Again, it's not strictly a matter of is the timing easy or hard. Sounded a bit like the opening notes, like, of the jingle from the Atari ST Masters of the Universe movie game. But yeah, like, the way it's like, it's a much more civilized pace. The pace of the combat in the Commodore 64 version is a bit more frantic. I don't think that's a flaw. It's cool if you get used to it. It doesn't feel bad. But especially if you're not exactly used to it, it can be a little daunting. The spike traps being like red. I mean, not the spikes themselves being bloody, obviously, but like the little tips being red. It's obviously good for readability. They stand out. You're not gonna not see it. But it looks a little bit peculiar. I mean, if the alternative had been just be black dots that just fully blend into the floor, I guess I'm glad they did it this way, but a little conspicuous. You can see here, by the way, in this version, like in most other versions, the jingles don't prevent input. Like, I can start running. See, I can run while the music's playing. I think that was like a change they made for the DOS version. I don't know how much of that was... Like, I'm sure the Apple II... Like, playing sound put a strain on performance on Apple II in a way that it doesn't, like, in DOS. But I wonder if it was also like a more of a design choice to, like, oh, we should do it this way, or if that was like sort of always the intention, but the Apple II was just struggling to the point where, or like, it wasn't even an option. Like, I want to play a jingle here, and that necessitates stopping the game while we play the music. Because I can see the argument for both. I think there are moments, like when it plays a little jingle when the mirror appears. Yeah, we got here with like 45 minutes left in the Commodore version. Now we're at 56. A bit better. I think I can actually... I'm gonna go grab the extra health here. At least we'll take a look at that screen. I didn't time that correctly. My traps look pretty sick. I was in the middle of some kind of train of thought that I completely lost. Fully engrossed in Prince of Persia. If anyone in chat remembers what I was talking about and want me to continue what I was saying, feel free to remind me. Oh yeah, the jingles, like when the mirror appears in level 4, that's a dramatic moment that's sort of undercut by you fumbling around. Like, the character standing there in confused awe, like, makes dramatic sense. That was kind of close. So there are moments like that, or when you, like, face off against Jafar, where having the action stop fucked up. See, this is part of why I don't tend to grab that extra health, because you spend a bunch of extra time before doing that, and it's just like tedious enough that it's like, ugh, I'm not gonna bother. So like letting the moment play out for its full dramatic effect, not being undercut by characters running around, like, I think makes sense. Timing window is so strict. However, it gets tiresome quite quickly. You have to wait for the jingle after every combat encounter and, like, every potion. It just feels so much better to be able to move. I think ideally, or even like the jingle playing when the door opens, like, which isn't even in here. That might have been something that was in the Apple II version, but just like, because I remember it in that one as well. Where you just lose control while the jingle plays. There's a time for it, but it does... Oh, the red eyes. That's cool. I mean to swap places, but it makes no difference. Skeleton looked really good. So I think ideally, again, if we're fantasy booking my version of this game, I would have the game pause for a couple of those dramatic moments, but not in those, like, gameplay, like drinking a potion, ending combat, opening the exit, those kinds of things. Because being able to, like, keeping the flow going is more important. If anything, I think stopping the game for those little moments doesn't actually add dramatic weight to the moment. Like, finishing a fight and having the jingle play while you stand there and then you sheath the sword isn't meaningfully more impactful than having the jingle play while you sheath the sword, you know? Nice. Most versions, these levels are yellow. Now, of course, the color palette here means you can't really make stuff monochromatic that way. So the one way you can shade yellow is with the bright red. But it works well. I like the way it looks. There's also, like, the dithering is kind of consistent. So it's not, doesn't stand out as odd to have the stone tiles being dithered here the way I thought it looked a little strange in the Commodore 64 version. I really like the fact, like, the sort of offset different sized stones. Especially compared to what the dungeon stone tiles look like. it creates a nice contrast between the two, as well as breaking up the pattern of the walls. Like, it's a cool touch that I haven't really seen in any other version. I like it. Like, I think this, even if, again, you could argue that it comes down to technical necessity. This is interesting. This is a little more hidden here because the floor's red. Maybe it comes down to technical necessity to a degree, but I still think this is more interesting than the Commodore 64 version because it feels like there are more interesting artistic decisions being made. But like the pattern of the wall tiles, for example, doesn't, like, there's no reason to think that's anything to do for anything technical. It's just they decided to draw the graphics that way. Mistimed it. Which is cool. Like, that's the exact type of minor little thing that I would have wanted to see more of in the Commodore 64 version. It wasn't completely devoid of them, but I would have loved to have seen a little bit more. That was a clumsy death, but we are doing exceptionally well on time. I think this is actually a pretty easy version, probably. Because it seems to me that the timer doesn't really account for the fact that the game's moving very quickly. Like, legitimately, it would be interesting to do some sort of scientific research into this. I don't know how you would calculate it exactly or quantify it, but my experience, just based on gut instinct, is that there is not a one-to-one correlation between game speed and clock speed across these versions. Like, obviously, the games run at different speeds. That much is apparent just looking at them. This could also, I mean, I'm saying this just because I don't have an on-screen indicator. I don't know what refresh rate this is playing at. The Commodore 64 game we played at 50 hertz. I'm glad we didn't play in 60 because combat would be crazy if that was even a thing. This being a BBC Micro, I would assume it's 50 hertz. But a lot of computer emulators and other emulators too, I guess, will show you like the frame rate and refresh speed in like the application window title or whatever, or on screen, and that's not happening here. So I have no reason to assume it's like running too fast or being weird, but who knows? Oh, look at him. That was cool. Nice. But so, you know, the game doesn't run at the exact same speed. Like, really, what I have to go on is really just, like, progress I'm making in the game and seeing what the relative game clock is. Now, we're obviously doing much better. I'm not taking as many deaths here as I did in the Commodore 64 version. We got here at, like... That's not the right button. Confused myself. I pressed the jump forward button instead of the action button. That's okay, we lost like 30 seconds. See, we took a silly death like that, and we're still at 47 minutes left. Like, 47, granted, that's not a good time, but we were like halfway through level 3 at 47 minutes on the Commodore 64 version. So I'm curious. I mean, you can check the timer more often than I have. I don't really ever manually check the time, which is something you can do. Press T and it'll tell you. But not even like keeping great tabs on what I expect the timer to be based on what level I'm on. Like I can just have a gut feel of, well, 48 minutes at level 4 seems pretty high. Seems like we're going quite fast. And when we were at like 25 minutes at level 8 or whatever, like, ooh, that didn't feel great, but provided things went well from there on, which they mostly did, like it was fine. But given that the game speed is generally quite fast here, I'm curious to what degree the game is like capable of keeping the clock running at real time. Again, I don't know for a fact because I didn't really like super science research all the details, but it's my impression from my experience that in the PC98 version, for example, like in the Japanese computer versions where you can alter the game speed, that altering the game speed does not affect the game clock. So literally, you can just make the character run faster to like save time, which is a little weird from like a game balance point of view. Obviously, you know, it still works because it's like kind of a risk-reward difficulty sort of thing where if you set it to max speed, it's going to be mega unwieldy. Yeah, you can quote-unquote save time, but you're going to get killed. But the combat speed is maybe more pertinent, where the default combat speed in PC98 is like quite slow. But you don't want to bump it up too much or else it actually gets really difficult. But it's an interesting metric for comparing difficulty between versions that I haven't really been able to adequately measure in any way. Did he glitch that? I think we're glitched. Oh, okay, I guess that works. That switch was supposed to open that door. That's weird that it didn't, but luckily there was a second switch. Because for the most part, like, the easier thing for me to measure is, like, does the game control the way it's supposed to? And if it does, then I can play it fine, and I'll make it to the end before I run out of time. But obviously, even if it controls well... I mean, that was kind of the experience I had with the Apple II version. It plays great as far as, you know, responsive controls and predictability and everything. It's like, it's the game. It's the original game. Everything works the way it should. But I finished that game with like 4 minutes left or something. And you could tell from the Commodore 64 version, that was like a pretty bad run, at least the first half. And I finished with like 7 minutes. And from my memory, I didn't do poorly like in the Apple II version. It's just like the timer just seemed like, because I remember having that impression at the time too. Like the timer just felt like it was fast. And it's not like I really have an innate sense of how long an hour is, that the hour felt fast. But again, just looking at like my relative performance in the game to where the game clock was at certain points, like I routinely had less time than I thought than I would have expected, basically. And this seems like it's a little bit the opposite. Of course, now I'm like getting stuck on this level, but see, that's how it's supposed to work. So it would be interesting to actually have some data on that, because I'm curious if it would change my feeling on any of the ports. I mean, that's doubtful, but if nothing else, it would just, you know, as a curiosity, it would be interesting to see, like, how close to real time do they actually run? How much does the clock speed fluctuate? And perhaps most... No, Okay. I pressed the wrong button. I didn't mean to make that jump, but luckily it at least didn't get me killed. Game speed. Nice. Oh my god, that's nerve-wracking. I don't remember how the Apple II run went. Like, I would believe that I was definitely rusty. But my memory of it was that that didn't really account for the time. But again, because I don't have any actual hard data to measure, it's all just vibes, so I can't say for sure. But the one thing I can say for a fact, again, is that the game itself runs at different speeds on different platforms. And obviously, it's entirely possible that the game clock, you know, has the same variability. But I kind of doubt it. Like, I would expect... Like, the Apple II is kind of whatever. You know, the game speed itself going up and down constantly. But I would kind of expect on quote-unquote more modern systems that they would be more capable of maintaining a real-time clock that actually runs in real time. And if we assume, just for the sake of argument, that like every version has a real-time clock that perfectly runs in real time, then obviously the amount of time you actually have is gonna be different because the game speed is not the same across the board. But then on top of that, like, how much, if at all, is the game clock affected by slowdown? Is the game counting game time during jingles and transitions and cutscenes and what have you? Like, I have my perception of what I think it's doing, what I think makes like logical sense, but without measuring it, I don't know that that's how it actually works. For example, in the Apple II version, just like the Commodore 64 version, the game sort of pauses while those jingles are playing and you can't move, but you're still like in the level. There's no reason to think, like, the game world isn't paused or frozen per se. It's just like nothing happens, like you can't move. But I would expect that the game clock is still running. And if that's the case, that's like 2 or 3 seconds every time you drink a potion, and every time you fight. Like, that could absolutely add up quite a bit over time to like make a substantial difference in time. Yeah, like that's the impression I got from the Apple II version, that the clock felt more arbitrary than it than I would expect from my experience with other versions. But again, like, to what degree it correlates with real time is sort of incidental. Like, that's not what matters. What matters more is, like, how... Let's time that a little bit, but... relative to how one version of the game performs. It's, like, hard to see where the switch is. Does another version let you move... Wrong button, holy shit. Faster or slower relative to the clock speed. No visual effect for the potion. But I guess it's not like they've got a lot of colors to work with. I guess the screen just flashed as the potion ran out. In the Apple II version, it changes the color palette on the screen. And it's an effect that I'm, like, surprised. Again, I'm sure it comes down to different platforms. An effect that's kind of built in with the way graphics are rendered on one computer doesn't necessarily translate to a completely different system. But I'm surprised. It's a kind of effect that didn't survive a lot of the ports. Yeah, the Game Boy clock is very funny because yeah, it starts counting the time during the intro. Or like, yeah, basically on boot. So you'll see in the intro, like, if you wait a little bit, or just like don't immediately go, oh, fuck, I'll just restart. This is not good. Like, Jafar will conjure up the hourglass in the princess's room, and it'll say like 57 minutes because you've already lost 3 minutes and you haven't even started the game yet. Like, it's a nice little microcosm of how messed up that version is. It's just difficult to pull off here too, but got a good time. Bit early on, at least. I don't know, not so much now, maybe. 36. It's more than enough, but it's not like astoundingly breakneck pace. I always stop on like every screen because I can't remember where it's like relatively safe to stop running. Interesting. It a unique little quirk of this version is when the timer appears to show you the minute countdown, it actually shows up like a couple of seconds early. It's taken me a moment to catch on that that's what's happening, but I noticed a few times it appeared. Whoa, that was a weird buffered input. The timer appears on screen, and it's not like an even minute count. And I was like, what's the deal with that? And then I noticed just now that, like, oh, I see. It stays on screen for a bit, and then it ticks over from 36 minutes left to 35 minutes. Okay, got the timing right. I guess it's pretty nice. I mean, it's not maybe like better or worse, but it's interesting. Might as well grab that. Never know when things go wrong. So far, this is really good, and I know that this version is based on, or at least developed after the release of the Apple II source code. So presumably things are going to be accurate. So I'm going to trust that I can just run through here at full speed. Yep, this looks correct. before you've kind of figured out that you can do it that way, it's a very scary section. It's nice to kill him on there so I don't have to worry about the switch. Otherwise you have to jump over it. I mean, it's not some monumental task, but it's still nice to not have to worry about. It's always a little awkward to jump onto, like, jumping across screen transitions. It's a little bit scary. See how this goes. It's like the most awkward, perilous jaw trap in the game for sure, because it's like right next to the screen edge. And they're like so close to each other. Alright, that wasn't bad. Avoid some spikes. Be very careful here, why not? We have time. Oh, it's kind of relaxing. not as panicked as I was doing this on the Commodore 64. But yeah, I'm very impressed with this version. It feels really good, and it's got an interesting visual style to it. I don't know if the average person would appreciate this more than the Commodore 64 version, but I'm finding it easier to recommend just on account of it being, to me, this is more novel. And the speed of the combat, well, not just speed, I guess, the combat in general, like the challenge of the combat, I would absolutely not say that it's a problem with the Commodore 64 version. And maybe this is my familiarity and bias, like, coloring my judgment, but this feels a little comfier to play. Even though this obviously is also not running at a consistent speed. I feel a little less awkward adapting to this. I don't know. You know, if I played this first and then play the Commodore 64 version after, maybe I would have had the opposite opinion, I guess. But, I mean, even something like... I keep pressing the wrong button. Just because I have a second button means I keep pressing it by mistake, and it's like freaking me out. Fucked up, but that's okay. Doesn't lose us that much time. I have to do this again, but that's fine. Is it fine? I think I can grab. Yep. He's still there? That's nice. I should be able to just do a running jump after the screen transition. Hold up now. Yeah. Start running. I'm flubbing the controls more here, but that's not the port's fault. Style. I guess. I guess the Commodore 64 version also, the gameplay pause for music to me, is a detriment. Like, I think it does make the game feel worse. I can't strictly complain that they did it that way, because it is faithful to the Apple II version. But I don't like it as much. Okay, we got the upside down potion. But I'm not going to drink it. But yeah, honestly, which I guess is to be expected given the availability of the source code and everything. I don't think I've come across anything in this version that seems off or out of place or incorrect. You know, game speed notwithstanding, because that's obviously not like a constant, and it's sort of subject to dynamic factors that aren't, you know, they can't be controlled for. This is everything it should be, and it feels great, and it's got its own visual style. Like, even like I said, the tiles looking a little different makes a big impact on the overall look, having its own identity. But I guess, come to think of it, I think the kid wearing shoes is different. Like, he's mostly kind of the same design from the original game. Like, the characters don't really look different. But he's got shoes, he's not barefoot, which I guess makes sense because the white feet help. Like, the magenta would be a little iffy. The shape of his helmet hair is a little funny. We're going this way, right? Even the fact that he's sort of got different colored pants and shirt is also, like, it's obviously not the, well, I'll say obviously, but to me it doesn't read as like the PC-98 design with like the vest and turban and what have you. But it's not quite the Apple II DOS version either. But obviously the graphics would be the one thing that you can't do like just one-to-one. Like the code, you can make it play and run exactly the same, I guess. But like the graphics are always going to be, they're going to have to go through like a filter of reinterpretation. But I think this, you know, the Commodore 64 version provides a, or rather this provides a good contrast to the Commodore 64 version, where I felt that one was less adventurous. Good, but less interesting in how it adapted the graphics. Even as someone pointed out, like the life bars are hearts in this version. In the original, they're little chevrons, like little arrows. In the Japanese versions, they're usually little potion vials. But I think this is the only version where they're hearts. And it's a minor thing, but it's like, they have the same real estate. They could just as easily have been little arrows. But someone took a little creative liberty to change it. That's like interesting. This isn't where you do it. I'm an idiot. Oh. Just have to do an extra running jump. That's fine. It's not fine. I fucked up. What was that? Okay. The way I transitioned onto the screen was very strange. Nope, that was supposed to be a running jump. We got, what, like 20-something minutes? 25 minutes, yeah, we can fuck around for a little bit, that's fine. I did the same thing. So, I have to start running, and then I start jumping. Because it's 3 tiles here, so you have, like, this is the minimum distance for a running jump. But the screen transition fucks up with the input a little bit there. So what ended up happening is, like, during the screen transition, because I was literally just about to start running, even though there was like a half second in real time between my forward input and my up input, in game time, they were like on subsequent frames. And you can cancel like the first frames of starting to run with a standing jump. That just happened. It's not like incorrect behavior, but it's a unique situation in terms of the screen layout that I wasn't properly accounting for with my inputs. That's especially, like, that only happened because the screen transitions are slower in this version than in some other versions. And maybe perhaps uniquely to this version, because I mean, that's happened before, but it's not like that screen always gives me that problem. But it could also be, it's entirely plausible to me that this version, like the way it handles inputs during screen transitions, it just seems like the kind of minor technical detail that could easily just be different between versions. But like I said, it was me failing to adapt. I think I should be fine. What's up, Nikita Lobo? Okay, got a little lucky there, but that works. This is always a bit scary. I'll take that hit. Like, I'm fine taking that piece of damage because it's at least a consistent way to get through there. Man, between the derusting on the Commodore 64 and combat being significantly easier here, I'm having such a relaxing time. And I guess just the seemingly, maybe, the clock being... well, it's not the clock being slower so much as the game's faster, I suppose. I don't know. But either way, however the different moving parts line up, I'm under less of a time crunch here. I do have the sort of real-time clock to compare to, but that's always going to be a little off for a variety of reasons with cutscenes and pausing and whatever else. That said, we're not on a bad pace. 4 to 5 minutes to get to level 12. We should pretty much have this in the bag. It's like 20 minutes left. Probably more, actually. $22. We had, what, 12 minutes here? In the Commodore 64 one? Yeah. Same thing there. Because there's 3 tiles there, in this version at least, it's reliably consistent to just start holding the input once the game pauses for the screen transition. I love making that series of jumps. It feels so good when you get it. This is like one of the few versions where that little skeleton graphic doesn't have like a comically oversized skull. In most versions, the skull is just like 50% larger than it should be, and it looks kind of funny. Sword. Mysterious sword. So, the Shadow hopefully should give us less trouble here. on account of not being as overly aggressive. Got a lot of health to work with, though, so still might not be a bad idea to fend him off for a little bit. Or attempting to sheath the sword, just give yourself a little bit of breathing room. Sword's missing. We have a life bar. Some versions he doesn't drop down. Oh, the color flashing looks pretty cool with a different color palette. The shadow's like all blue. Alright, 12B. Oh, dude, how slick was that move right there? Got him with the iframes. Alright, Jafar time? I'm gonna assume this version doesn't have, like, the PC-98 final boss. Sure looks like Jafar, green and everything. Dramatic musical sting. Let's do it. Yeah, this has, like, barely been a thing up till this fight. Even the Minister, like, barely parried. When he did, he definitely didn't get any rallies going. Jafar, like, doesn't even have a very impressive health bar. Okay, get a different little jingle. Yeah, this is such a whimper of a final showdown. I mean, not for this version, but, like, it's one of the weak points of the original game. Alright, so what, like 19, 18 minutes left? It's a very good time. Alright, we did it. Oh, pretty good dramatic music. I think the music translates well to this sound, by the way. Iron Jafar lies dead, his power shattered throughout the land. The people of Persia hail their princess and the brave youth who saved her from the forces of darkness. No longer a stranger, he shall from this day forth be known as Prince of Persia. I don't think too much about the implications of what the physical space would look like if you were to inhabit it. It's an abstraction. Like, I mean, the game doesn't really make logical sense in terms of what's visible on screen and what would be visible to the character, right? Like, I think it's a little bit of a... I mean, if you enjoy it as a thought experiment, by all means, like, I'm not here to take away your fun. But to me, it's not really... I look at things more in terms of the fiction and the story and what's happening from that point of view on one hand, and then we have, like, the actual game on the other hand, where I can see the sort of physical space navigated as not necessarily literal. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure you didn't mean to have, like, an argument about it, but it is, you know, it can... I guess I'm not that interested in that particular thought experiment. Beyond, like, the context in which I do find it interesting is in the context of building, like, a little model diorama, which is something I have thought about. I think it would be a fun thing to do, like a small, basically like building like a screenshot in sort of 3D. In which case you can still do it pretty literally, but you still have to do a little bit of interpretation. Like if you're creating a physical model of it, in terms of depth and things like that, like it leaves room for some things, but in terms of like turning it into a 3D space, I think it gets pretty weird pretty quickly. I know someone made, I don't know if it was like ever released, but I remember seeing like clips on Twitter, and I know Jordan Mechner like retweeted it and stuff, but someone was making a game where it wasn't strictly like a Prince of Persia fan game, but it kind of was, and it used like the aesthetic of the DOS Prince of Persia, but it was like isometric 3D. But it wasn't like translating the level designs into 3D or anything. It was more like, if you imagine like GBA, Tony Hawk, or Max Payne, or Jet Set Radio, like there's a bunch of those 3D games turned into isometric things on GBA. It was sort of that vibe, I guess, but sort of modeled visually after DOS Prince of Persia. And I personally entertained the idea of like what it would look like if you made it kind of like Prince of Persia Classic, where it's like the game but in 3D graphics, but you did sort of Klonoa or Pandemonium like movements in 3D space, or like having it be sort of on a corner, or like sort of injecting a third dimension in that sense. Not like, ooh, that's a game I want to design, or ooh, I thought about level designs, but more as a kind of vague, again, sort of thought experiment, like what would that look like, what could be done within that framework. But in terms of like recreating the scenes as they look here and just like tilting the camera around 90 degrees, like what would you see? I mean, you could say the same thing for like Super Mario Bros, right? Like it's gonna cease making sense pretty quickly. Yeah, there's been stuff like that, like I'm not sure what Lode Runner game you're thinking of specifically, but like Lode Runner on the N64, I think, I don't know if that was exclusive, but that's the version I've seen. I think it was called Lode Runner 3D. It is sort of like fully 3D, but it has levels and sections that are more like just on a plane, but the game itself is in 3D, so you kind of get that 3D perspective of it. Like, I don't think, or you know, even, you know, things have done, people have done these sort of like NES emulator things where it's sort of, I was gonna say projected, I guess that's not the right word for it, but sort of like there's a 3D sort of tilt to everything, and people have sort of custom made these things like for each game. It's not like being interpreted in real time and turned into 3D, but people have designed these things to sort of have this 3D VR thing or whatever. And there's a novelty to that, but it's not like I think that would be like, oh, that's the version of Prince of Persia I would make, or that's what it should look like, let alone that's what it would look like if it was a real place. Lode Runner 2, yeah, there's been a bunch of Lode Runner games, but it's not a series I'm like that invested in. I had the Mac version of Lode Runner as a kid, and I thought it was cool, but it wasn't, you know, not a favorite game or anything. Yeah, I mean, you can do it any number of ways, and it's adjacent kinds of problems have been solved by people making games forever, where you know, Crash Bandicoot is a good example of, or maybe not Crash Bandicoot specifically, but in the 90s, like taking 2D side-scrolling platforming conventions and figuring out what else you can do with them, whether you have a depth axis to move on or not. Like polygonal graphics and what you can do. I mean, even fully 2D things, like fucking Gex and Johnny Bazooka Tone or whatever, having more layers to work with, and like how you present things visually, and sorting sort of the relevant game space from the window dressing. That's not like an irrelevant sort of perspective, even fully in 2D games. Crash Bandicoot borrowed a lot from Donkey Kong Country. I wonder if that's an easy, like, thing to jump to just because of the similar settings. I'm not saying you're wrong, I'm just saying it's an easy association, like associative jump to make. But sure, I mean, Donkey Kong Country in general has a lot of, I don't want to call it visual noise, but you know, it's not, you know, the way the tile sets and tile maps are designed, it's not like 100% super obvious what's a floor and what's a wall and what's decoration. So in a sense, that's also, you know, another example or another kind of permutation of a similar kind of challenge from a design point of view. Anyway, this was Prince of Persia on the BBC Micro. This was awesome. I guess we can we just let this audio loop. Actually, it's a little loud. Let me shut it down. All right. We did it. Another trophy. Very good version. Very very smooth experience. I enjoyed that a lot. I think for my review, I think this feels right. Grinning face with the smiling eyes emoji puts us on par with the DOS version. Really good port. Really, no issues anywhere. Zero issues. Some might find the visuals and sound a little more jarring than maybe the DOS version or the Commodore 64 version. But it feels 100% authentic. I think the BBC Micro version compared to the Commodore 64 one is more novel because it feels less... Derivative isn't the right word. It's obviously derivative. I just feel like it's got a little bit more of its own identity. I think the Commodore 64 one, although an excellent port in its own right, I think it's more to do with the what the goal was of the developer. It's not a failing on their part, but they set out to make something that's very authentic to the Apple II game, and they succeeded very well. But what I think ends up holding the Commodore 64 version back a little bit is that it doesn't... I feel like it doesn't really deliver any unique flourishes that make you feel like, man, now this is a Commodore 64 game, you know? It utilizes the platform very well. It, again, doesn't fail to do anything it needed to do. But I feel like it didn't necessarily deliver anything that it uniquely could do. Again, the simple example I gave is like the music, while recreated in a perfectly faithful, nice way, if we were to imagine this game having been released back in the day, or, you know, any other number of sort of similar-esque ports, maybe more so like arcade ports and stuff, but you would almost expect a Commodore 64 game to have its own unique soundtrack, or like a very distinctly Commodore 64 take on the original music. Whereas this kind of very faithful, literal adaptation of music, it's not like it never happened, but it's almost more of an exception. And I think looking back, this is very subjective, of course, but that's an aspect that's easy to appreciate about a lot of ports to the Commodore 64, which may or may not otherwise be great ports. Like, there's a lot of games that had really cool music. You might have had like a, you know, arcade port that, you know, no one, like Commando, the Capcom arcade game, like the Commodore 64 Commando might have been a great Commodore 64 game, but putting it next to the arcade game, I don't think most people would argue that it's like, that it's not, you know, a significant step down in many ways. But the music, the trying to think. Having a brain fart. Who did the music? I think it was I was gonna say it was Martin Galway. I don't think that's true. Well, it doesn't. Well, whoever it was, I forget. Their adaptation, like the music's based on the arcade music, but it's like crazy embellished and like goes all over the place, and it's like a great like it sort of borrows the main melody, but the rhythm and like the it's a different song. The music's completely different, like ultimately, but it's an awesome track and it's really good. And that music track alone sort of gives the Commodore 64 version of Commando a sort of place in history, and also like its own, it makes it stand on its own merit in a strange way. And maybe that's not like what you should expect of any game on the Commodore 64, but I associate that aspect specifically more so with Commodore 64 than any other platform, just because the sound hardware was so capable and so unique, that I feel like if you're making a modern sort of fan remake or port to the Commodore 64, it makes sense to leverage that component to make something that's like not just delivering on the concept of Prince of Persia, but it's on your Commodore 64, but also pushing a little harder for that version to be legitimately offering something that other versions do not. I think that would be like the most interesting thing you could do. Well, maybe not most interesting, but it's a interesting thing you can do that this particular Commodore 64 port wasn't really interested in doing. And again, to what degree the BBC Micro version managed to do that by sheer happenstance just because it wasn't able to do it as straight of a conversion graphically, I can't say. But again, by design or by chance, it still ended up being something that felt a little more novel and interesting. But they're both great versions. None of them were bad in any way. We're going to take another short break. I need to go grab a snack of some kind. And then we're going to head into game number 24, the final Prince of Persia game of this little project, which is the Atari 8-bit computer version based on the one we just played. So it should play great. And from the 2 seconds I've seen of it, I think it's going to look pretty great too. I think we're going to be ending on a very high note. I think this is going to be a real treat. So I'm very excited. But first, a few minutes of build-up with a little break. And I'll see you guys in just a couple of minutes. All right, I have returned. Do I like Neo Geo games? Well, that depends a little bit on what you mean. I mean, I'm a huge Neo Geo, I'm a huge SNK fan. I've always been a big fan of SNK and Neo Geo stuff. But, you know, there's some games are better than others. I like arcade games. But I don't really have an interest in AES console collecting or anything. Like, the AES Plus doesn't interest me in any real way. Like, it's... how do I even put it? It doesn't look as bad as, like, some of the previous Neo Geo hardware things that have come out in the last several years that have just, like, downright had screen tearing and weird shit like that. Like, there was the handheld, like, Neo Geo X thing or whatever it's called. It had, like, the game stretched to a 16:9 screen and shit like that. Like, it's just downright ugly and bad. If this does what it says it's supposed to do, that's, like, cool, I guess. But you couldn't convince me to have any real interest in, like, AES collecting, because it's... I mean, at the end of the day, even under optimal circumstances, the Neo Geo AES joystick is, like, a bit crap. It was very novel and cool and sleek for, like, 1990 home video game console standards, but by 21st century standards, it's a very subpar joystick. Aesthetically, it's cool, but I think that's the thing. Like, a lot of the thing... Like, I love a lot of the games. I love SNK and like, the art and so much of that. But I think the Neo Geo console, the AES, is sort of... A lot of the appeal to it is not necessarily bound to, like, the optimal experience of enjoying and playing the games. And you kind of have to jump through... Considering how much it costs, and I'm not talking about how they're pricing the new console, but just in general, like, you're jumping through way too many hoops to get to, like, an enjoyable experience for it to be of any relevance or interest to me. But that's not a reflection of the quality of any of the games. But so the new Neo Geo thing is, like, doesn't really... I'm just taking it with a shrug. It's not on my radar, really. I mean, I see and hear about it, but I don't really care. All right. We have reached the conclusion. Well, we will as we finish this game, I guess, but we're going to be playing game number 24, the very last game on this list. The Atari 8-bit computer port, released in its final version in 2021. It's got a bunch of developer credits for various things. Rensoup, Hacker Alias, as I understand it, was the main coder, and Tix did graphics. That's the best I could do with finding and providing proper credit for the development of this version. As mentioned before, it's a port of the BBC Micro version, but it looks very different and it sounds very different, and it's... I had feared that maybe these two versions would be very, very similar, but it would seem to me, based on the tiny amount of testing I did earlier today, this morning, that these two versions are not really any more similar to each other than most other two versions on this list. And given the BBC Micro version was awesome, I'm excited. This can... Well, I was going to say this can only be better. That's a weird thing to say. It could be worse. I don't know. But it could be better. It could be even greater. But even if it's equally good, that's good. We've had some rough times earlier in the project, but like I said, looks like we're ending on a high note, which I'm very glad about. The final prints for now. But yeah, let me configure some capture type stuff here. That looks about correct. And let us, without further ado, get into it. I think this is gonna like auto boot. Yeah. Oh yeah, and it like pauses as soon as I alt tab, that's right. A little hacker cracker intro. Possibly the most sought after unicorn for the Atari 8-bit. Prince of Persia by Jordan Mechner. Urban Edition. Be glad it happened. I am glad it happened. Rensu spells his name with 2 P's here. Spelled it with 1 P on the Atari H forums, where I got... I'm going with that spelling. That's it. You've just watched a bunch of effects, each one running in 64 kilobytes, coded back in 2019 to get familiar A8 hardware before porting Prince of Persia. Now go enjoy this classic game. I will. Oh, dude, look at that little load screen. It's so sick. Little mouse. See, how sick is this port already? October 2021 final release. Coder Bun presents. It's already different. Already, like, cinematic presentation. Really nice audio, too. Oh, fucking sick. Mega ultimate pixel art incorporating the Super Famicom cover and the original one. In the Sultan's absence, the Grand Vizier Jafar rules with the Iron Fist of Tyranny. Only one obstacle remains between Jafar and the throne. The Sultan's beautiful young daughter. See, it's already better. Oh, dude, look at this. But these graphics are, like, completely different. For instance, it's got like huge tits too. Sure, why not? Holy shit, this animation. Yeah, the characters are so different here. Oh, look at Jafar. He's got these like tall boots. He looks fucking sick. Yeah, this is awesome. I love Jafar's little redesign. Like, the characters look awesome. Marry Jafar or die within the hour. All the princess's hopes now rest on the brave youth she loves. Little does she know that he is already a prisoner in Jafar's dungeons. Yeah, see, there's like a lot of credits. Press escape to change options. Dungeon. Best colors? What the? Oh, it's not spoilers. The graphics look fucking incredible. Huh. There's like extra cheats to unlock, I guess. See, like, it already seems like so much more elaborate than the BBC Micro version. I guess the way everything's configured, it's like defaulting to NTSC. That's what the emulator says, so we'll roll with that. Sure, why not? Music bank, like I don't know if this is like a Atari hardware type thing, or if it's just like we can use different types of different like sets of music and sound effects. Frame limiter. I guess we'll just use the default settings. How many different colors do we get? So many different colors. 32 maybe? Yeah. Oh. Well, it's difficult enough to circle back, so let's go with the pink. The color 21. I'm happy enough with that. So I don't know what the controls are, but I'm sure we can figure that out. We only really need directions and a button, so... Oh, mouse. How fucking good is this? Alright, press enter. Level 1. Okay, it looks more purple than pink, but that's alright. Okay, arrow keys, control, nope. Shift, nope. Left control? Yep, there we go. Okay. Oh, even this like running animation is kind of different. I love this so much already. Yeah, like the main character is like so like his running poses are different. He's like raising his arm up more when running, which actually is a super interesting change because the running animation is like a thing of all the original animation in this game. The running animation is the one thing that looks a little bit funky, and there are some versions like the Super Nintendo one where I don't really like the way it looks. Automatic sword pickup again, because he kind of shuffles along the floor, like he doesn't really properly lift his feet. I don't know that I think this running animation looks like phenomenal in terms of like, oh, it's such an improvement, but it looks good, and especially the fact that it's just different. Like so many versions where all the animations essentially just completely traced from the same source, right? So even one pose, like one frame in one animation being different, immediately like stands out. I really like the way he looks. Obviously, you know, it's kind of the PC-98 version. The colors are a bit different. I mean, even setting aside that I picked this, like, pink-purple color. Got, like, the white, blue... You know, the... Everything except... Like, the vest is literally a single color. Just with, like, a dark shade, and everything else is in this kind of whitish blue... grayscale, sort of. I mean, it's a little bit ambiguous. And then, like, the flesh tone is used on the soles of his shoes, I think. Looks great. Like, it's so awesome that, I mean, the main character is... looks inspired by, you know, it's kind of a... almost closer to the Mega Drive version than anything. But, you know, there's obviously bits of, like, the PC-98 version in there. No, like, hit sparks, little limp reactions when you hit guys, but honestly, I'll take that over obnoxious full-screen flashing. But generally, it still reads to me, like, the way I think of it is that this version has, like, its own set of character designs. You know, they're not all mega different, but, like, even the guards, like, they have beards. Or at least that's the way I read the graphics. We might get different color schemes for different levels, where maybe the you know, the options seem to imply that our character is going to change colors once we get to the palace levels. Maybe the guard... What am I doing? And shuffle fine. Well, I guess it makes sense. It's based on the previous version that all controls great. Slowing down a little bit, but not egregiously so. I guess we'll see maybe once there's more screens with more stuff going on. Also, we get the flash when we take damage, but it's a nice, like, subdued red, so it's not, like, doesn't hurt your eyes. Okay, so the potion bottle itself is very easily distinguished in its color to show the healing. I guess we'll see what the health extension looks like soon enough. So what we don't get in this version compared to some others like the Commodore 64 one is seemingly less variety in the enemy colors. Like all the guards are the same color here. I'm curious but not expecting much in terms of different color schemes for the dungeons. It'd be cool if the tile set changes color. But even so, like, it looks great. It's the same tiles. Like, the character graphics are completely different, but the backgrounds look like they're more directly based on the BBC version. Yeah, you can see those little, the way the spikes look is, like, identical. The colors are different, but the design of the tiles themselves. Which is cool, because I love the way this dungeon tile set looks. And it looks even better here with these colors. It has this, like, rich, textured look to it. Like, it would have been great to have more tile variations. And on a big flat wall like this, the repetition is quite obvious. But it's way more interesting to look at than the DOS dungeon tiles, in my opinion. Alright, so this will be interesting. Will level 3 give us green dungeon? Yeah, this has kind of the Japanese style potion life bar. The mouse load screen is so sick too. 57 minutes for level 3. We're doing great on time. I mean, level 3, we haven't really gotten that far yet. Oh, I pressed the wrong key. We'll give the extra health here one try. The life bar is going to be able to get pretty massive. Just like the size of the graphic. I guess I have to do it over. Like, I feel like our life bar is going to stretch to like the center of the screen. What the... But yeah, like, I think these, that was poorly timed, but we made it. The pixel resolution of the characters, I think, is probably comparable to the Commodore 64 one. But I like these characters more, for sure. Yeah, so the traps too, they're just the same as the I mean, I guess everything except the, well, all the level art is the same as the BBC version. Well, that jump went further than I expected. But running jumps erring on the side of being a little too easy is fine by me. I think they look a little funky with the... It's like it's a flat surface with little spikes almost, as opposed to one big, like, jagged line. I mean, that works fine. I like the sound effect for it. Like, it doesn't have the sort of clank of the DOS one, which is great. It's like kind of a different interpretation, but it sounds appropriately menacing, which I think is great. But again, like, whether you think they look better or worse or goofy or whatever, I think it's a point to this version's favor which of course again shared with the Atari or the BBC version that it came from, that the trap is distinguishable. It's like, oh, in this version it looks like this. It's, you know, it's specific to this version. Again, we have the skeleton with the red eyes. That's kind of fun. I like that. Also, we have the, like, the shading on the skeleton, which you kind of don't get in the DOS version. So the skeleton here is, like, more detailed than in the DOS version. I mean, I guess all the characters are, really. Yeah, it looks... I love this version. This is great. This is great. The music's cool, too. Like, the whole audio soundscape. I'm not familiar with these computers at all, really. Like, I have no frame of reference. But... to me, this is more pleasant to listen to than the BBC Micro, for sure. Yeah, this screen also looks like it's sort of taking a bit of inspiration from the Super Nintendo one, maybe. Yeah, it's interesting. So we have... ooh, I'm not sure about this, like, maroon color. It's a bit too dark. Kind of wish they had gone with the brighter... a brighter red. This is honestly a little hard to look at. Well, it's not hard to look at, it's just hard to see. But it is cool how the, there's obviously some, like, shared color palette going on between the level and the characters. Because now that everything is sort of shaded in yellow, so is our character. So the guards are also all going to be yellow, I take it, yeah. But they have, like, we have the one blue color for the vest, and they have, like, the one green color for the pants. It's a good solution. And now that we have combat with a trap, we get more slowdown. Yeah, it's... I guess... it could be a PAL NTSC thing. Maybe the colors look different on PAL. And this is like a weird situation that's entirely plausible. Because it seems... with everything else looking so great, and like everything else being so great, using this dark, like, brown... it's a little confusing. Like, it seems surprising that they would do that. I still like this a lot. Like, it has... I mean, it controls great. And, it has a... even more so, I think, than the BBC version. It has its own identity. Thing is awesome. Oh, that's a cool effect. Like, mostly the same color palette, but the one skin tone color is different. And it was like flashing, like color cycling, like the flames. That's great. Like, there's so many versions where the shadow just is so lame, where he's just like identical to the main character. Or I think in the Mega Drive version he has like a purple vest instead of the red vest or something. But here they definitely, you know, even if they can't do like a transparency effect, the fact that they obviously and clearly gave him like an otherworldly quality is like the correct choice. Greetings, Zalathar. You're doing well. Yeah, the colors here for sure is like the one blemish on this port. But it's awesome, and that, like, the characters are so cool. Like, I'm so excited to fight Jafar. Like, that's usually the low point of the game. And we're gonna see like a handful of more unique princess sprites when she's like sending out the mouse and stuff. Like, the cutscenes are something to look forward to. But Jafar, otherwise, like, even if he does technically have a unique sprite, like, he always kind of comes across as just like a head swap of these guys. So the fact that he has this, like, at least the way I read the pixels, like, he had these skinny, like, tall boots with, like, the pants tucked in or whatever. Like, it just immediately, even in the intro, like, gave him a different sort of silhouette and a different body shape and a different just physicality. He had, like, the big pointy beard and stuff. Like, it just looks cool, but also looks like something. This is not going well, but we have all the time in the world. So I'm curious to see if that's all going to translate to his, like, combat sprites. I'm not expecting gameplay-wise anything. This had, like, all the extra stuff outside the game itself, with the menus and the options and the title screen and stuff, but I'd be shocked if there were things in the game itself that were different. And, you know, I don't think there's reason to assume or expect a version like this to, like... Okay, I should maybe pay a little bit of attention here. To, like, use the final boss fight from the PC98 version or anything like that, but... it would be sick. It's gonna close. Nope, okay, we got through. Nice. Okay. Going very well. I am curious... Well, probably not given the best options, the way it was sort of phrased. But I'd be curious to see if when we go back to the dungeons, if we get a different tile set then. I like this being blue, like, it gives it a very different vibe. Feels appropriate, too, with sort of the starry night sky in the back. Very atmospheric. Okay, I meant to jump, but that works. Oh yeah, let's see what the minister looks like. Alright. Got his own sprite at least. I wonder if the graphics, to any extent, are kind of taken from the Super Nintendo version. This guy reminds me of that version for sure. But, I mean, he's not that different in the Super Nintendo one. That was a bad jump. Okay, we're fine. Oh, it looks so cool with the flashing skin tone. I like it. Alright, level 7. Back to the dungeon. Oh, we do have a different color palette. Sick! Again, I think the blue tint in the earlier version is probably a little more aesthetically pleasing than the pure gray. But I love that it's different. Like, that's awesome. I would really have loved to have cycled through maybe a few different color variations, but still looks awesome. Combat in general is like a little slow, but not annoyingly so or anything. I mean, more importantly, everything controls and behaves the way it should. If we can get this somewhat tricky jump first try. Yep, got it. What's up, Viper? Yeah, this is awesome. I think it's cool. Like, it worked out that way, just on account of playing them chronologically. But I think very much these homebrew versions have been in... we've been playing them in increasing order of quality. This has, with the exception of the Spectrum one, which was pretty iffy in places, the three we're playing today have all been great, but they've been like, each one has been cooler than the last. Like, all three of them play very well. But the Commodore 64 version, the biggest sort of discrepancy is that the combat is quite fast and the enemies are pretty aggressive. But I mean, that's a smaller discrepancy from the original than most official ports back then. It's always a little nerve-wracking. Granted, this is like based on the original source code, so that guy, I'm sure, would follow us down like he's supposed to if we pushed us down. In some versions, if he pushes you down that ledge, you're just soft-locked because you can't get up there without him pushing you off or killing you instantly. But it's not supposed to be that way. I mean, the Commodore 64 version, like I said, it's got some, what you could call a discrepancy with the combat. But considering that version was not based on the original source code, I mean, I guess I don't know how exactly... Alright, our life bar changes color at least. There's some visual indication. It's more than some versions. I appreciate that. The source code was released in 2012, I believe. So this version is ported from the BBC Micro version, which was in turn based on the original Apple II source code. Oh, the mouse. So you would kind of expect these versions to play, like, perfectly, and they do. So for the Commodore 64 version, to really only, as far as I could tell anyway, I'm sure you could probably find issues if you really go looking for them. Like, oh! Different color palette again. Actually, no, I guess we're back to the original color palette, but even so, like, it's changing. I appreciate that. This guy's pretty aggressive. So for the Commodore 64 version to be as faithful as it is like quite impressive. It's a great version. The biggest issue I had with it was just that it's like, it's got doesn't have a lot of personality of its own, but that's an extremely minor quibble. Greetings, Barfy. Like, all the controls here, everything is exactly the way it should be, and it's got a really cool look to it. And I just love the fact that there's like one, or I guess technically two, for either side of the run cycle, but like the running pose being different, like, just instantly gives it its own feel. Like, it's a totally unique take on the character sprite. I just saw that a little too late, but, well, a little late, but not too late, thankfully. The timer being at the top of the screen, I don't know if that means that I just haven't, like, noticed it. But I don't know that I've seen a single, like, time reminder that wasn't just at the start of a level. I actually have no idea what our time is. Can I... Oh, space jumps. Interesting. T? Nope. Okay. Enter? Okay. I don't know how... There's probably some shortcut to show the timer. It might be like Control T or something. But I'm not going to worry about it. I know we're doing great on time, so not a concern. We'll do this properly. Sneak here so that that guy doesn't hear our footsteps and turn us around. Yeah, absolutely no problem at all, the running jumps. Also, this version doesn't have a... Well, I guess it technically does have a button for forward jumps. It's on spacebar, but I'm not using it. I didn't have to configure my controls. So I'm not getting confused about my own control configuration, leading me to press the wrong button constantly. So, this version has that going for it. Actually, I don't want him to die on this switch. I mean, it shouldn't really matter, but... If I were to somehow fuck this up, having him die on the switch makes it so you can't, like, reset this. But, no. We didn't fuck up, so it's fine. I suppose it seems like we're experiencing maybe a bit more slowdown in this version than we did in the BBC Micro one. But I'm not going to attribute that to the port because I don't know anything about these systems. I just set up something that would make the game work. And I'm sure there's a lot of different hardware configurations that will give you a slightly different experience. I am actually curious now that I think of it. It's entirely possible that this runs better in PAL. Like, the base game speed is presumably higher. I mean, for a modern release, I guess it wouldn't be inconceivable that the game is, like, designed to take the frame rate into account, so they're actually tweaking the game speed to make it the same. But whether or not that's the case, 50 hertz refresh rate would give you more computing time per frame. 46, 45 minutes then. No, it just said 46. Didn't even change to 45. Like, that's a common thing. That's why, like, when people make demos for old computers, they tend to make them for PAL more commonly because you have more, you get a pretty significant boost in performance by only having to render 50 frames or 25 versus 60. And with a game that has slowdown constantly, like, that could make a difference such that even if the base speed is lower, there's less slowdown, so there's less variability in game speed. And like, when the NTSC version slows down, it might be slower than the PAL one is anyway. So it's not necessarily faster in any meaningful way to begin with. That's very speculative, of course. I don't know, but it's possible. Either way, there's enough cool shit. Oh, wrong key. I had my hand on the wrong place on the keyboard, so I couldn't attack. I mean, I would compare this to the Atari ST version as well, which just, like, yeah, it's got slowdown, but it looks so cool, and it's got, like, this very interesting vibe that, would I prefer it if it ran at a constant speed? Yes. But the slowdown isn't enough to make me not enjoy it. But again, it comes down to, I mean, I guess as well. If we're talking about, like, recommendations, which version should you play and which is better than the other, etc., etc. I mean, I think you might as well play all of them, right? But some might have advantages over others. Some might have weaknesses. But as long as there's something interesting about it and some reason to enjoy it, then it's gonna be worth... I guess I can't say it's gonna be worth your time. You'll be the judge of that, but it's worth my time. I fucked up. Yep, that happens. It's our first death in the game? Is that our first death? It might be. 44 minutes at level 9 means we're making extremely smooth progress. I fucked up and I wasn't holding the action key as you might want to do there for safety. So I was like tapping the direction to turn around and then I tapped it again and I think I probably just could have run through there, but whatever. But, you know, I wasn't exactly going for a deathless run or anything, and we can take a solid 12 minutes per level left here, and we still will finish, so... I'm not exactly worried. It is cool that we got to see the spike graphic there, and there actually was, like, blood. Which I'm not... I mistimed the jump, but it doesn't matter. I know the timing to make the jump I have to make, so it's... and it's not like I'm shocked that they would put blood in the game, but more so... that there would be a color in the palette for it. But I guess it's probably using the same... Well... I don't know. I was gonna say, we have the red color on the... oceans. It's cool, though, that they had, like, the color reserved for the blood. Even though it would only be visible in those instances. But it makes it kind of impactful, so that's cool. I think the screen transitions, I think, maybe feel a little better here than in the BBC version. There's something about them that was a little bit... I mean, I don't know if they were longer, but... this, like, cuts to black instantly, and then there's a brief pause before the next screen shows up. But in the micro version, I think it stayed on the first screen for a split second before it cut to black. And when it drew the new screen, it didn't draw the characters on screen immediately. Like, it would load in the screen, and then it would sort of populate it after the fact, which looks a little janky. So, like, my preference is for the cut to be instant. And some versions, like the Japanese PC version, gives you the option. We do have the upside down potion here. That was missing. I think it was missing in the Commodore 64 version, but not the BBC. Bar looking nice and massive. Whoa! That was interesting. I could slip down like that. Things happen, I suppose. But yeah, I'm thrilled with this version. It's really, really nice. Gonna fight this dude and be on our way. You know, there's a few things here. Like, it would be nice to have a little hit spark when you hit the enemy. I think that was well done in the Commodore version. I think, wasn't that... Yeah, I think the BBC version had hit sparks. Because I remember them being, like, really bright. Like yellow and red, which would make sense given the color palette. I guess they couldn't do them here for some reason. I mean, I guess if it had slowed down the game more, it's probably not worth it. But the hitting the enemy is definitely a little bit lacking in impact here. Okay, so we get... I think it's a different color palette. I think the dark brown here is more brown and less red. But I'm not positive. Might be the same palette as before. Got him. I love that little loose tile on this level is such a tiny little devilish trick. Because it sort of punishes you for an instinct which you might have, which I certainly have had, of like running onto a screen and then stopping the first thing you do as like, well, I don't want to run headfirst into danger, so let me just enter the screen peacefully and stop. But if you do it that way on that particular screen, you will fall into the pit and die. So You will be safe if you just step through, of course. But the best way to get through it safely is just to keep running. And it's a great little example of a thing that doesn't stand out if you're just watching someone like me play it who's familiar. But I remember very vividly the process of learning these levels. And you develop these like heuristics for sort of how you want to go about, like what the process of exploring looks like, what certain things you can do. See, that's safe, but if I just ran and stopped there, that could have been problematic. Like, what's risky and what's smart? Like, what approaches can you take to exploring that's going to improve your odds of survival and figuring out what you're supposed to do, etc. And here, later in the game, the game sort of... I wouldn't say that it's necessarily... Like, you could call it subverting your sort of habits and tricking you a little bit. But that's, I think, overstating it a little bit. It can have that effect. That's kind of how it affected me. But it's more so really... It's not that... You can call it a little bit of a gotcha, but it's kind of a very mild gotcha. But what it is, it's like it's a scenario that you're being put in that hasn't really been part of the game previously. So the game, like it's part of what I really like about the level design of this game. It's just the right length to like... That's such a curious jump. You always sort of slip down like that, at least in good ports. But I guess it's a rare case where you just... that sort of spacing for that jump is just unusual, I guess. The game is, like, just long enough to keep presenting you with new scenarios all the way throughout the end. And even then, it's, like, kind of scratching the surface of what they can do level design wise. But I think it's a testament to the level design where it feels like the game has common sort of rules and a set grammar for how levels are built and how they function. But within that framework, they still manage to make every level feel distinctive. Like, things are common enough that you can talk about sort of design rules. Like, it's not a complete hodgepodge of everything being different, but it's never samey or repetitive either. What's up, opponent? Yeah, but it's fine. I think the clock is probably a factor of this game slowing down a fair bit. But we had a conversation about this before where it's like, that's something that's different between different versions, and it would be interesting to sort of scientifically figure it out of how... I'll just take the hit, that's fine. How game speed and real-time correlate to each other. Or even like relative clock speed and relative game speed compared between versions. It doesn't really matter if any of them correspond to a real-time clock, but more so how quickly the character can move relative to the game clock, because that doesn't seem like it's consistent between versions either. I might have to start caring a little bit here. But I don't disagree, like, we seem to be on... Like, this is a pretty good run. I think we only took one death in level 9, especially compared to the terrible run I had in the Commodore 64 version. And in general, like, I mean, I was playing super sloppy when we played the Prince of Persia Classic remake and stuff too. Alright, do we get a unique color for level 12? I'm playing much better now, but even so, having like 40 minutes or something at level 12 seems a little absurd. Like, I in my mind, a normal good run, not a unique color, where I'm not necessarily doing it deathless, but no major fuck-ups, taking detours for some extra potions, but not all of them. I would generally basically expect to finish the game with maybe 15 to 20 minutes left. I don't know. Like, I haven't kept track of, like, a record. And I'm jumping between all these different versions anyway. So I don't know what my fastest completion time would be. I think, like, in PoP Classic, we had, like, 36 minutes left or something, but that's such a completely different game that you can't really compare them. But for, like, authentic version like this, to be even within, like, sniffing range of 30 minutes left after completion does not seem normal. I love this level. I mean, I've been saying it every time, but it's still true. I still love this level. That's the one thing, like, the game does leave you wanting more. And I mean, I know that there's a whole world of, like, fan-created levels and stuff. Maybe something worth exploring at some point. In fact, I think, if I recall correctly, the Commodore 64 version, the package that I... Whoops, oh, that's fine. Grabbed, I think it said it came with, like, 75... Not 75 levels, but, like, 75... That's interesting. It's cutting back to her here. That's not usually the case. Making, like, the level transition very, like, here's a new level. Doesn't really happen in any other version, I don't think. Okay. I got distracted by the princess. I forgot what I was saying. Let's see Jafar, though. He doesn't look as imposing as in the intro, but he's got his little boots and his beard. I like it. Oh, okay, right. He fights back. Oh, yeah, custom levels. I think the Commodore 64 version, if I read it correctly, came with 75, like, level packs. Now, I'm sure level pack could mean that it's a single level, but some of them could be 36 minutes left. A lot bigger than that. I don't know. But it's remarkable to me. Like, I know that people have made levels for the DOS version since the 90s. I know that there's a bunch of ROM hacks for the Super Nintendo version. But for the Commodore 64 version to come out in 2011 and get, like, dozens and dozens of custom level packs seems a little surprising, but I guess it, you know, I guess it must have come with tools. I didn't look into it that closely. Hey, different color palette again. Nice. It would be an interesting thing to explore at some point, and I'm sure there's... This project has been 12 streams, and I'm sure you could do more than 12 streams worth of custom levels. Oh, the animation. Even them ending on this frame, like, instead of, like, turning around fully to the side view, Gives it kind of a unique look. Even if it's like a couple of frames less of animation. Still awesome. I love a little mouse animation. That's so sick. The tyrant lies dead, his power shattered. Throughout the land, the people of Persia hail their princess, the brave youth who saved her from the forces of darkness. No longer a stranger, shall from this day forth be known as Prince of Persia. You get more art? Title screen was fucking sick. I think like a piece of 98 ending after this would be fully ultimate. But I don't expect it. Even this, like with a little border in the text, like this is a nice little touch up compared to how it looked in, I mean, most other versions, honestly. But yeah, this was great. This was really, really nice. This is, I think, easier to recommend as a cool version to check out beyond like the novelty of it existing, because the graphics make it more of its own thing. All three versions we played today were good, great even, but this is easily my favorite of them. Who knows, you know, the source code's out there. There's plenty of platforms that either don't have this game on it, or they have a version that's a bit shit. So, you know, I don't think this is going to be the last version of Prince of Persia to ever see the world. Oh, sick! We did get an extra ending. This is, of course, the mouse from the Super Nintendo box. Sick! Let's watch the intro again, because the title screen is also really awesome. They, like, recreated... oh, you'll see it. It's like the prince... Well, the kid, I guess, from the Super Famicom box. And then the princess from the original box. Yeah, this... There's even the mouse and, like, the shadow. Man, it's such a shame that they cut away from that screen after, like, 1 second. When it looks so awesome. But that's exact little extra bonus stuff you love seeing in these types of ports that's unique to this individual version. There's also, like, the I guess, belly dancer, not really the princess. Like, the belly dancer load screen that appears exactly once. We're not fully done because there's like a few options that I wanted to look at that I want to clarify a little bit what they are. Jafar looks so awesome here. He's got such like an imposing presence. It's a shame that he looks so shrimpy in game, because he's like a full head taller than her. And when you show up here, you're like the same size as her. And in game, when you fight Jafar, he's like the same size as you. So his sprite here is just like uniquely taller. Yeah, his like skinny legs and boots look so good. If I could choose which platform will receive the next Prince of Persia. I mean, obviously, I'm a Mega Drive enthusiast. So I was talking about how the Commodore 64 version is easier to recommend for like Commodore 64 enthusiasts. They will have like the easiest time finding enjoyment in it, so to speak. I, as a Mega Drive enthusiast, will enjoy the novelty of a Mega Drive version. Now, obviously, there is not only one. There's actually 2 Mega Drive versions already, but neither of them are good. So, it would be cool to see, again, like, a pure, straight version of the Atari, or the Apple II version would be fine, but not, like... I prefer it to be something like this that's more, like, unique and crazy in its own way. But honestly, beyond that, I feel like it's this is a great example, because I would never have thought to like ask for this version to exist, because I don't even really know these computers. I wouldn't even know what to ask for. But knowing that it exists, I can look up what it is, I can look up what emulator you're supposed to use, I can look up how to boot it up, and I can play it and experience something that has like a visual style and audio that's not familiar to me. And through a combination of technical limitations and creative choices, it's giving us a distinct, unique experience. So I wouldn't say that it's like a request or something I want to see, but I wouldn't be surprised if there's an MSX2 version at some point. Like any platform that has like a vibrant development community, and you know, any system that can run something that ran on Apple II originally seems like a viable candidate, right? I feel like and I mean, I think especially ones that maybe didn't have an original version. Like a Mega Drive version is a little bit unlikely, because even though the Mega Drive has a very active dev community, and there's a lot of people who do ports of stuff, and there are even people who make ports of stuff that even had, like, there's that Sunset Riders project to like recreate something much more faithful to the arcade and whatever. Someone could do that for Prince of Persia, but it's a little less likely. But something like MSX never had a version of it, so that seems like a good candidate. Thoughts, that's Barra. Like Master System, I think, would make sense as well from that sort of point of view. Obviously, versions that already exist, that already are good, like, it's not, like, you know, someone could make a new port for the Amiga, but I can't see why they would bother, you know? But I'm sure there's others. Maybe we'll get a N64 version. I guess even like PS1 development is something that's like starting to happen more nowadays. Actually, come to think of it, I feel like there's like we're long overdue for an Atari Jaguar version. There was that 32X, or not 32X, 3DO port of Mortal Kombat 2 that came out recently. Who knows? You can, you know, you can get crazy with it. All right, so escape for options. So yeah, you can change the vest color. You can go for a little PC98 vibe here with a green vest. So yeah, I don't know what this means exactly. Music Bank or SFX Bank. Let's change these both to 2. Interestingly, we still can't change those things at the bottom. I figured maybe beating the game would let you change them, but maybe you have to enter cheat codes or something. I guess this... I wonder if this... 4 was the default, 5 is the highest, 2 is the lowest. Let's set it to 2 and see if... Because it could be that it lets the game run faster, but it's gonna fluctuate more in speed. I guess I wouldn't be surprised if that's... Oh yeah, the game doesn't start. It would just exit the options. Yeah, there's like different sound effects, I guess. Because the footsteps are way noisier now. Like, I don't remember what they sounded like, but we just played through the whole game, and this sounds different. Okay, I was just about to say that I think I like these sound effects more, but now I'm less sure. Some of them are great. Like the spikes sound really good. The music's very PC Engine-y. I wanted to play a little bit more just to hear a little bit more music. We'll finish this level and watch the cutscene. The sound of the gate racing is good, but then when it like clicks into place, really weird. That like tile crashing noise is really good. I guess that's me running into the wall. Drink some potion. I guess you don't get a jingle because I was already at full health. Definitely feels faster, but there's not much that causes slowdown in stage 1. Well, that's that's a good sound effect. Or at least it's like the original Sound Bank 1 effect for sword hits is very like muffled, like it sounds very soft. This is like has a very crisp, sharp sound to it. That's a good, like the sound of him thudding against the wall when you drop is satisfying in this sound bank. Oh, that's a really good parry noise. Yeah, I think higher highs, but maybe lower lows with the sound bank 2s. Yeah, I think I prefer this music. It's not a huge difference, but I wonder if it was just like multiple people did it, and there was like, well, now we have multiple sets here. Fuck it, we might as well package all of it in the game and give the player the option. But I'm not sure if there's more of a technical explanation for it. Okay, no. No, I don't know. I don't know controls. Well, we finished the game. I just wanted to experiment with the little sound options. I think that this sound has, like, even when it's a little harsh and a little strange, it's got more character, which I like. If I were to play this again, I would probably change to this setting. I wanna fight Jafar with this sound setting, just so we can get more sword clashing, because it's gonna sound really fucking sick when you go back and forth. Jump into some spikes. That's a good sound effect. That's a proper snicked. But I think that's a good spot to leave Prince of Persia. What an excellent port of a lovely game. Final result for Atari 8-bit. Boom! Another trophy. Could end on a high note, as I was hoping, both in terms of performance, our best run of the day, and I mean, as far as time, I mean, again, the Xbox Live Arcade one is kind of weird, but we had what, like 36 minutes left or something after finishing. That's gonna be hard to beat. And yeah, I think even if some of it was kind of, you know, borrowed from the Super Nintendo version, very good art, and it's cool to see it pixeled. So I think ultimately, this earns the same rating as the Atari ST version. It's cool and impressive in much of the same way. It's got this more distinct visual presentation that gives us its own character, that makes it worthwhile playing in its own right. but it also just plays completely correctly. Very, very cool, and I'm very glad to like, after trudging through the NES, Master System, Mega Drive, Spectrum, and Game Boy Color versions back to back. Oh, and even then, like, the GH2ME version was surprisingly awesome. But then the Xbox Live Arcade version was like worse than I remembered it. Or I had forgotten how annoyed I would get with its controls. I'm very glad that these last versions really fully live up to what they should be for these types of projects. So yeah, here we are. Final results. We have now played 24 versions of Prince of Persia, and I'm very glad to have finally done this after thinking about wanting to do something like this for many years. And it starting off, once I decided to actually do it, it wasn't, I didn't intend or plan for it to be this comprehensive. But I'm glad it was. There's obviously things we didn't get to see, like we didn't get to see all the endings and everything, because we didn't finish all the versions. But for what this was meant to be, I think we have been reasonably thorough. And I understand Prince of Persia better than Mechner. I don't know that I would go that far, but I'm happy to add Prince of Persia. Well, I don't know that this is brand new as of this, but I can still, at least the original Prince of Persia, I can add to the list of things like Batman games and James Bond games, you know, as things I am maybe not in a unique position of authority on, but I am extremely well equipped to have opinions on it. And, you know, what greater power is there on the internet? And I'm glad that it's been so worthwhile, and that all of these versions, even the shittiest ones, have all come with some interesting experience or discovery. And I completely maintain, like, more than ever, my not just firmly held belief, but also appreciation for the fact that there are so many different versions of this that are great in their own right, none of which really invalidate any others. There are a few versions that are basically the same as another one, but a little lesser. But those are few and far between. A lot of these versions are interesting and cool and good. And even the ones that aren't, if you're a big enough fan, they're still interesting to experience. And I still maintain that there really isn't a definitive version, because there's so many of them that are all delivering on what this game should be and how it functions and what it is when it's at its best, while at the same time offering something unique in terms of presentation or whatever it might be. Obviously, this is not the end of Prince of Persia on this channel. This is basically my favorite game of all time, so we'll come back to it, you know, with some regularity, I am sure. There are games in this series, actually quite a few games in this series that I have never played, some of which I own, many of which I don't, especially like GBA and DS and PSP ones and stuff that I don't really know very well at all. Maybe one day we'll get to some of those. We will not be doing so very immediately, but I'm glad to know that they exist. They're out there for us to come back to. I mean, that's how I felt about like the PC-98 and Atari ST versions of this game before we did this project. I knew that I was excited to play them, but I wasn't in a hurry to do so, because it's like, it'll be a great experience when I get to it. And it was. I was correct. Proportion of good to neutral or bad emojis scientifically shows a story of success for Prince of Persia ports. I mean, it's a great game, and honestly, most ports hold up well. There's some questionable ones. But there's a lot of good ones. And the ones I would like very actively tell people to avoid, there's not many of them, and most of those are versions that people are like, are people going to be Well, I was going to say, are people going to be digging up the Game Boy version to play? I mean, I guess they might, and they shouldn't. But I don't think I need to, like, go out on the streets to warn people about the Sam Coupe version of Prince of Persia. Like, I mean, they shouldn't play it. But I don't know if there's a lot of at-risk youths out there, you know, slipping into accidentally playing the Sam Coupe version of Prince of Persia. Seems unlikely. The NES one, you know, it's a popular system. I'm sure a lot of people came across the game on that platform, and that's a bad port. PC Engine CD is maybe one that people would... I mean, I assumed for a long time that it was the same as the Mega Drive version. It is decidedly not. And it's the rare Japanese port that's, like, not good. It's like the only Japanese port that isn't... And even then, it's probably the best of the not good versions, because the nature of its fucked up mechanics are such that it can be mitigated. But compared to all the other Japanese versions, like, it's easily the weakest, because those are all otherwise great. So by and large, like, I guess it is funny that, like, some of the versions that may be the most likely for people to pick up, like the Super Nintendo or the NES or the Mega Drive one, like, yeah, some of those should be avoided. The Super Nintendo game is great, but it's a different game, and I would not recommend it to first-time players. I would recommend any faithful version of the original. The Apple II version, DOS, Amiga, Atari ST, PC-98, Mega CD, FM Towns. Well, I wouldn't... The Mac version's fine, but it's kind of ugly, and I wouldn't recommend it otherwise. Or even either of the 3 versions we played today. Any of those versions are, like, a perfectly good place to start. And then after you've mastered the game, you can move on to Super Famicom or Super NES, Prince of Persia. Which is something that we will be doing. I will be doing. I have committed, thanks to a subscriber goal we reached last year, to get the proper single segment good ending Super Famicom completion of the game, which will require a bit of study and practice. I look forward to doing that. This will be a good time, but I will not be doing that immediately after this. We've been doing a lot of Prince of Persia, and I love Prince of Persia, but I want to work up a little bit more of an appetite before I tackle that challenge. And as it is, like, doing all this has worked up an appetite to do some other stuff. The Masters of the Universe game has been delayed till summer, so that's not coming out in like a week and a half, like originally scheduled. This opens up things a little bit for us. We've got 007 coming in late May, but that's still a ways off. I have had a growing itch recently to play something that's quite uncharacteristic for me. I won't give away what it is, but it's something that I suspect will be popular. I think people will be interested in watching it. I think people will be curious, I should say, morbidly curious perhaps, to see me playing. And it's just something I've been feeling a weird itch to play recently. It's a Nintendo property, I'll say that much. But it'll require a little bit of research and preparation to play. I don't know if that's going to be the next stream. It's going to be a thing that's probably going to take a couple of streams, honestly. But it's something that's really been on my mind lately. It's been... Maybe it's even been this Prince of Persia thing that sort of triggered that line of thinking, because this other Nintendo thing is also something that I've been thinking about for years that I wanted to do, but just never felt like the right time, or it never felt like the most pressing matter. Same thing with Prince of Persia. I wanted to play all these versions for years, and I just never did until we did. So maybe I'm just sort of in the mood to play things that I've been meaning to play and thought would make for an interesting thing to play on stream for a long time. We'll see. It's also possible that I just want to boot something up and I don't know, play some arcade beat 'em ups or weird Steam games or something. Who knows? We can finally put a big check mark on this and say that we did it. We're done. And whatever's next is going to be something completely different. But this has been fun. I greatly enjoyed this project. I'm deeply satisfied with all the discoveries and experiences within. And I am equally deeply satisfied knowing that Prince of Persia is the game that keeps on giving. I will have no trouble coming back to this game. A wide variety of different versions to play. We will get to some other Prince of Persia games, I'm sure. But I think the next time we will see Prince of Persia, it should be the Super Famicom version. And I'm pretty excited for that. But I'm going to go... I think I'm going to go out for a walk. Looks like we've got pretty sunny weather. And then I'm going to go make some dinner. And then I'm going to take it easy. Enjoy the rest of my weekend. And I hope you all will do the same. Let me see who is streaming that we might raid. See what's going on Twitch. Fractal Mind Mike continuing his own journey through the Ultima series. Very exciting stuff. I'm not sure if he's going much longer. Probably not, actually. It's very late. But fuck it. I've already mentioned his name. I'm kind of excited about this Ultima journey. So let's go raid Mike. Thank you very much for hanging out. Thank you for all the GGs and positive congratulatory messages of various kinds. Appreciate that. I shall see you for more video games at some point in the future. Till then, take care, thank you, and goodbye.